Good evening. I'd like to welcome you to the September 4th, 2025 meeting of the Barnstable Town Council. And get the right paperwork here. In accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 20, I must inquire whether anyone is recording this meeting, and if so, to please make your presence known. Seeing no one, this meeting is being recorded by the town and televised live via Xfinity Channel 8, Channel 1070, and High Definition Channel 1072. It may also be accessed via the Government Access Channel live stream feed and on the town website, the My Barnstable app, the dedicated Barnstable streaming app, and streaming platforms including Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire Stick. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilors: Bloom.
Here.
Burdick. Clark.
Here.
Excuse me. Crow.
Here.
Levesque.
Here.
Ludke.
Here.
Mendez.
Here.
Neary.
Here.
Penn.
Here.
Schnepp.
Here.
Starr.
Over here.
Tamish.
Present.
Turkelson.
Here.
12. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Councilor Lutke, if you'd like to introduce our veteran first, please.
If everybody could sit down, back down first. Thank you.
A little coordination here.
Thank you, President Tamish. We are honored tonight to have an Army veteran, and you can stay seated too, John. Okay, John McLean has been a resident of Cotuit for the past 27 years. He's been married for 40 years to Martha, who is sitting right beside him, and it's so nice of her to join us tonight for help John here. They have one son who's 33 years old. They are originally from Newton, Mass. John joined the Army right after high school graduation, and he was stationed with the Army's 1st Cavalry Division. His job was as a helicopter crew chief. He was responsible for the maintenance of the ship, and he is very proud of his service. He attended training at Fort Rucker and then spent 19 months in Vietnam, where he went on many missions with his helicopter. We are very proud to have you here tonight, John. And John says that he's proud of his own service, and like a lot of Vietnam veterans, he would do it all over again. Let's welcome John.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. If you remain standing for a moment of silence. Thank you. And thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
You know, along those lines, we as a council would like to honor our veterans, and we try to have a veteran here to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance before every council meeting. Having said that, sometimes they're a little bit difficult to find. So if you are a veteran, or if you know a veteran that may be interested in leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance and allowing us to honor them, would you please contact Councilor Ledke? That would be great. Thank you. We now move on to public comment. Please make sure you sign in with your name and village for public comment. Public comment is 3 minutes. Please keep your comments brief and to the point. And I wish to remind everyone that no member of the public may speak without first being recognized by the presiding officer. The public will have an opportunity to speak during the public comment portion of the meeting and during any public hearing on an agenda item. You are free to express your thoughts, opinions, and criticisms during public comment. However, your comments must be directed to the council as a body through the presiding officer. You may not speak directly to any individual councilor You also should not be addressing your comments to anyone else in this room, not to town staff and not to another member of the audience. Public comment is to be directed to the council. We also ask that members of the public refrain from making audible comments during the meeting unless they have been recognized to speak by the presiding officer. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Linda Bolliger. I'm a Barnstable resident and community liaison for the Hyannis PFAS Community Working Group. My specific comments are concerning the section of the local comprehensive plan entitled Groundwater Pollution. I understand that Mr. Kupfer's office is already in possession of proposed edits to this section. The last paragraph of this section purports to relate present conditions at Cape Cod Gateway Airport relating to PFAS contamination. While the statements do acknowledge accurately the state of improved drinking water quality overall in the town, the discussion of the contamination by firefighting foam, its migration, and present mitigation are inaccurate and outdated. Citizens of Barnstable should expect that such an important document as the LCP should contain the latest information regarding existing conditions at the time of its publication. Yes, this is a dynamic situation. However, so much technical work and analysis has been accomplished over the past 2 years. The Hyannis PFAS Community Working Group feels that the LCP should reflect that work at the point of publication. We humbly ask that a rewrite of this section is in order that reflects up-to-date analysis of the PFAS contamination overview, its migration, and existing mitigation methods, as well as those methods that are on the near horizon, like the permeable reactive barrier. In addition, we would like to see Mr. L's comments regarding the town's commitment to press for public health attention for the citizens of Hyannis who were exposed to these high levels of PFAS over the past decades also be included. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Barboza.
Good evening. My name is Mary Ann Barboza. This part is not part of my 3 minutes. I just want to say thank you to all the veterans, too. And I'm going to stand here and honor my dad, who was a veteran and fought in every war there was. And he passed away at 97 in January. So I am going to stand here and honor him. And he has a whole lot of us behind him, and we speak for him. Now, after saying that, now we can start my comment. Now, I'll give this board credit. At least you guys are strong enough to sit here and face the public and take whatever you have to take. But what's up with the zoning board and all these other make-believe committees, okay? The public cannot reach them. Oh, we have to do it by Zoom. Knowing that half of the community, they don't have computers, and if we do it on the phone, you turn wrong and your phone dies out. You lose connection. Why? Because there aren't enough towers in town. So that's their way of being slick. But I'm telling you right now, they lie about everything they do. I don't think the zoning board should put nothing forth to this committee to vote on or any other committee until they've met with the community, because they have proven that they lie by having that person go into the water, whatever they did over there, talking about Miss Jenny's, the area where Miss Jenny was. I'm terrible with names, so y'all know what I'm talking about. But yet, these same lying people, and yes, I will say it to their face, have drained it. On Mitchell's Way, you can see pipes where they're draining the water, and then they're going to tell you, oh, it's not a wet thing. You're just destroying the whole community. You're putting the people who have been here for 100 years, and I don't care. Someone told me they got tired of me saying it. Honey, get as tired as they want. My family has been here for generations, so get used to it. I'm going to keep saying it. But they are destroying the Cape, all for greed. So before this board makes any more voting on anything that the zoning board brings to you, there should be public meetings so we can have an input. None of us trust them. And then you wonder why sometimes the people who have been here forever don't respect the tourists that come in. Why? Because we're afraid they're going to come here and end up like the tourists that are sitting on some of these boards. They're coming here to make it their paradise. Well, we live here. So please, I am asking for either the zoning board, set it up where the community can meet them face to face and tell them what we know. Some of them sitting on these boards haven't been here more than 20 years. Or either set up a Zoom meeting where everybody in the community can meet with them on Zoom. It is not fair. And I swear to you, you think I'm loud? No, I'm just not afraid to talk in public. There are many people just like me. But I appreciate those of you on this board that aren't afraid to give your opinion. I appreciate that. At least you hang in there and try to fight. And I give credit to all of you, the fact that you will face the community and take the heat.
Thank
But
you, Ms.
enough
Barbosa.
is enough.
Thank
Okay,
you.
but
Your time is up.
but I need you all to hear me.
I hear you. Your time is
Something's
up.
got to happen with the zoning board. Please do not vote on anything that they bring you without calling forth a special meeting of the community. How do you say there's not a wetland down there only to have them come in and drain it? I got pictures, we all do, of where they drained it, and they were supposed to say, oh, it was always dry. They're liars.
You.
I'm sorry, too bad they are.
Mr. Hirschley.
Council President, members of the council, you will soon be considering a DCPC designation for downtown Hyannis. Residents deserve to know why this proposal is here, how it got here, and what it says about how town business has been conducted. The DCPC was pitched in Nextdoor posts by Chris Kuhn. It was refined in conversations managed by Eric Schwab, who moderates Barnstable's Nextdoor community and Barnstable Unofficial on Facebook. In those roles, he controls who participates and who does not. Just this week, Schwab and Councillor Penn used Nextdoor to attack the Hyannis Chamber's position on the DCPC, while Schwab also cheered Councillor Schnepp's planned retirement from this body. On April 29th, I filed a public records request. On July 15th, the town denied it, relying on a description of a harassment protection order I had filed against Mr. Schwab. The information given to the town's attorney was both under seal and false. Because Mr. Schwab was the other party in that proceeding, he is the only person from whom this information could have originated. It should never have been passed along to the town attorney or used to block a records request. I was forced to sue in Superior Court to challenge this denial. Only after the lawsuit was filed did the town reverse itself. The town produced more than 800 pages of records from its own servers. Even then, the production was incomplete. The councilors produced only what was on town servers. No records were delivered from off-system emails. Almost no texts from town or personal cell phones. No records at all were released from Nextdoor or Barnstable Unofficial, even though both were explicitly requested and repeatedly referenced in the emails that were turned over. Since then, the town has admitted that nearly 2,000 additional pages of correspondence exist between Councilors Bloom, Ludke, Clark, ZBA member Pittenger, and Schwab or Heather Hunt. Those pages, too, come from town servers. The number is staggering, but it still reflects only what was captured inside the town system. It does not include the off-system communications we know were used. Personal Gmail, AOL, and Yahoo accounts, or the conversations in Nextdoor and Barnstable Unofficial. The public has neither the on-system pages nor the off-system ones. What has already been disclosed shows a pattern of direct interaction. Councilors using personal accounts for town business, including Councilor Crow directing residents to his personal email, Councilor Penn accepting ghostwritten content from Schwab, including a draft attacking the Housing Assistance Corporation and its CEO, Councilor Penn privately promising Heather Hunt a committee seat before the council voted to create that committee, Councilor Penn organizing an offline powwow with her allies to coordinate strategy for moving their agenda forward, campaign finance records showing Schwab donating to Councilors Bloom and Ludke while ghostwriting and coordinating with their colleagues. The record,
Mr. Hirschler, your time is up.
Thank you. The record already shows conduct that may not be unethical, but may implicate public records law, open meeting law, and conflict of interest rules. For that reason, I have filed an OML complaint and an ethics complaint to ensure outside review. Taken together, this picture is clear. Council business has been conducted in private forums and through private accounts, with Eric Schwab ghostwriting, advising, funding, and coordinating directly with elected officials, and Heather Hunt receiving commitments of access. The DCPC you are considering is a product of that same pipeline. It did not come through your ad hoc committees or staff analysis. It began on Nextdoor. It was refined off of the record, and it was advanced here while the record was still incomplete. This is
Your time is
insider
up again,
government,
sir.
not transparency. A small circle of people shaping town decisions in private, cutting the public and even your own ad hoc committees out of the process. This is not how trust is built, and is not how Barnstable should govern itself.
Thank you.
My name is Megan Mort. I'm a resident of Marston's Mills, and I'm speaking to agenda item, sorry, it's tiny, 2026-030 about the district of the DCPC. First, I haven't been entirely as active here as I would like, and most of that is because of school and work, but even if I had, if I didn't see the end of a meeting 2 weeks ago at 11 p.m., and if I didn't see the changes that were made to the agenda about 48 hours ago, nobody would know about this, which seems to be a highlight of a transparent council. It's appalling to me that town council would consider something that would basically usurp private property rights and not allow people to add on or to build housing, and that includes business. I also wonder how this would affect state law with its housing laws, and if that creates some kind of conflict that would, in the end, cost the town money in litigation. As a admittedly absent at the moment member of the LCPC, we had a ton of outreach to residents in various villages, and yet there's been no outreach here. There's been no comment from any councilors here about this DCPC process and the fact that it would block any kind of building on private property. This comes out of a subcommittee that has been somewhat of a joke, that nobody really wanted, where there was already existing committees. This is being ramrodded through without any public knowing the implications for them. DCPC is designed for an environmental emergency. There is no emergency here except the fact that there is a 7-6 split on the town council, so you couldn't move forward with changing zoning without that 2/3 majority. If this were to go to the DCPC, and at the end of 2 years when it would end, you still need a 2/3 majority to pass any kind of zoning change. And to further Mr. Hirschley's point, I have been blocked on Barnstable Unofficial by Eric Schwab. I have left Nextdoor because of the toxic environment it creates, the bullying, the harassment, the intimidation that Chris Kuhn and Eric Schwab and many others have created. I also know that there has been communications outside of public fronts. I have also filed information requests that have been blocked by the council. And I have been jokingly referred to as the purple-haired girl. I'm going gray, so I dyed it naturally. So now you can refer to me as a gray-haired girl, the nuisance.
Ms. Moore, your time is up.
So I would strongly encourage no votes on this until you can actually get together and get a majority 2/3 for zoning, if that's what you want to do. Because originally, the zoning that's the form-based code that's here now was a lengthy public process that included many members of the public, and that town council worked to put that together. I would encourage the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, councilors. My name is Adam Hogue of West Hyannisport, and I live in Precinct 3. I'm here to ask you not to support the DCPC. I've heard some councilors on this council say the Cape is full and we don't need any residents to move here to the Cape, and that's absolutely false. We need to keep working on downtown and keep the progress going forward. And when all the progress has come with the economic growth zone and not pass a DCPC. There's so many financial implications if the town passes this. The town has a lot of ongoing major financial obligations, pension liabilities, wastewater, and so many more. And we have to pay for this. So the choice is yours. Do we pass this on to our residents, or do we expand the tax base? I say we expand the tax base to have economic growth in our town. This vote would cut off any new tax revenue for over 2 years from the most lucrative area in our town. So it's essentially escalating and asking your constituents to pay more taxes. Barnstable is also designated a housing choice community. But with building moratorium in place, you lose that designation. This comes with a major loss to this town. It comes with loss of housing infrastructure grants from the Commonwealth and many other federal grants. No one is a stranger to the challenges of the Hyannis Fire Department. Both fire and water are paid for by the lowest income tax base in our town. This moratorium cuts off adding taxpayers and takes the burden off the shoulders of the existing taxpayers. Property values in DCPC will plummet, meaning less tax money available from those properties. Lastly, I've spoken to many of my neighbors and fellow citizens in this town. They're really concerned about the local economy. Many families are struggling, and passing the DCPC will hurt families by raising their taxes, lost jobs, and less funding for our schools. I hope you decide not to pass this and keep Barnstable moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chuck Carey. I have a real estate business in Hyannis. With great respect.
Mr. Carey, did you sign in? Please.
Excuse me. Is that using up time my 3?
No, we'll only charge you 22 seconds for that one.
Okay. I'm counting. The couple of times I've come up here, I've felt privileged because I'm speaking to so many people at once, and to you all who wield so much power. It's a wonderful thing to have free expression directly to the seat of power. I'm sure you agree. What's right for the governing of the people is open discussion and something more, healthy discourse, heated debate, even dispute and outright argument. You all are in a crucible. You're not a chamber meeting. Good government comes from such. What's not right for the people is bureaucratic terrorism. It's destructive to unleash a dictatorial bomb that freezes building permits after almost everything you're trying to freeze has been built. The county granted the town the GIZ for the purpose of home rule. Now you want to declare the town unfit to rule itself? The builders, electricians, plumbers, homeowners, painters, I know homeowners should come out, will be shut out. Their helpers out of work. The majority of what can be built is already built or it's in the pipeline. Is your vendetta so important that you need a statement of how powerful you are? Are you thinking of the town or yourself?
Thank you. Ms. Rohrbeck?
Good evening. I'm Susan Rohrback. I live in Centerville. I'm going to speak about a couple of different things, but the first one is that a lot of you know, I think, that I'm a board member at Housing Assistance, and as a board member, I'm concerned about the DCPC and the effect it would have on our development on Stevens Street, which is completely affordable and attainable. In terms of myself, separating myself from that, I am opposed to the DCPC. I agree with the planning and development recommendations. I'm concerned that this would just bring everything to a complete halt. I see it as potentially a way to just stop things and prevent all change, which I don't think is a way that we address the best interests of a healthy community. I'm concerned that it doesn't align with the local comprehensive plan, which I hope that you will vote on tonight, which emphasizes in Hyannis walkability, multifamily housing, and local control and decision-making, among other things. I'm concerned that the implications, the long-term and wider implications of creating a DCPC in the Hyannis area have not been thought through enough. It could result in harm to downtown businesses and, again, loss of local control. The appropriate tool here to retain local control is zoning, which is why the GIZ was created in the first place, to ensure that by bypassing the Cape Cod Commission, if criteria are met, with criteria which we set, the council really recently studied zoning there and made changes, and I had made changes, but apparently you haven't made the changes yet, but you're considering the changes, and more could be made. Please say no to this. And at the very least, if you vote to go ahead with this, a public hearing is absolutely needed. And I would also say, just for your information, that I too have been blocked from Mr. Schwab's Facebook page.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Betsy Young. I'm here this evening both as a resident of Hyannis and a small business owner with a retail shop on Main Street. After reviewing Councilor Penn's proposal for a district of critical planning concern and the summary provided by the Planning and Development Department, I'd like to share a few concerns and observations. Based on my understanding of the process, the proposed moratorium on building could last up to 2 years, while the town develops a plan and the county conducts its review. During that time, it's possible that neither homeowners nor business owners would be able to obtain building permits within the growth incentive zone. As someone who owns and operates a business within this zone, I find it deeply concerning. The idea that I may not be allowed to make essential repairs or improvements to my building if a permit were required for such an extended period is troubling, not just for me, but for anyone trying to maintain or enhance their property in this area. More broadly, I have serious reservations about ceding control of our downtown growth incentive zone to the county permanently. This would effectively transfer local decision-making power to an outside entity forever. I believe that local planning decisions should remain in the hands of our town, where we have a direct understanding of our needs and priorities. Rather than pursuing a DCPC, I would respectfully suggest that we take a more focused approach. Let's identify and amend the parts of the zoning that are not working as intended. For example, I agree that requiring only 1 parking space per residential unit is often insufficient, and allowing 4-story buildings throughout the entire zone may not be appropriate. These are valid concerns, but addressing them does not require surrendering local control to the county forever. Finally, I speak briefly about a property across from my shop, commonly known as the Hibble Building. I have operated my business across the street for 18 years, and during that time, I've watched that building deteriorate year after year. Now, just as the owner is prepared to invest millions into revitalizing that property, we're considering a moratorium that could delay or even derail the project, despite the fact that it has already made significant progress through the permitting process. Is that really what we want for downtown Hyannis? To risk losing a significant investment and the potential for new housing and commercial space in favor of preserving a structure that has long been in decline? I understand and appreciate the importance of protecting historic character. However, this proposal has already been approved by the HHDC. Replacing a long vacant, blighted building with a vibrant mixed-use development would not diminish downtown, it would strengthen it. We should be encouraging progress that aligns with our goals, not delaying it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
How you folks doing today? Eric Schwab, Hyannis. I want to welcome Councillor Starr back. We missed you. Good to see you. I'm here to speak to the petition regarding the home of Eugenia Fortis and the misidentified 23 Pleasant Hill Lane. You know, if we don't even know the address we're trying to save, that's probably a problem. I was in a meeting with town officials the other day, and I was told that money is more important than people. Let me say that again. Money is more important than people. So, a little scared about that idea, and I would like to call your attention to the environmental disaster that is the 268 pumping, and to let you know that we're submitting a request tomorrow to the Conservation Commission for an enforcement order. We expect the town to figure out what happened before they approve any further pumping. Regarding Eugenia Fortis' house, I've worked extensively with Barnstable Historic, and the jury is out as to whether or not that, in fact, is an historic property. So that hasn't really been settled. Regarding what's left of the wetlands that was illegally pumped, we want to hear you talk about that. I mean, the reason for this petition, which is now 3 months old, we waited 3 months for you guys to even put us on the agenda. We just want to hear you legally talk about it. So, you know, you're not allowed to speak to us, you know, in a group form other than here. And so we would like to hear what you think. Do you intend to do something? Are you able to do something? Do you want to do something? Give us just a conversation about what you intend. And that's really the intent of the petition. We just want to hear your thoughts. What are you thinking? Can you help us? If not, we'll do something else. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Atzlis, welcome back.
It's always good to be back. Hi, everybody. Nick Atzlis, born and raised in Hyannis, right down the street. I currently live in Centerville. I'll keep my comments brief. I won't take up the whole 3 minutes, I hope. But anytime anyone says that, they end up going for 5. So I'll do my best to avoid that. Related to DCPC, I'll keep it simple. More times needed. Similar to form-based code, where there was a great deal of public input over a period of months, if not years, similar actions need to happen as it relates to DCPC. Zoning's the answer, not the equivalent of an executive order, which is a lazy way to address the challenges we face. It's lazy legislation if you're going to try to just blanket this and have a moratorium. This is just another attempt by certain councils who represent what's best for a few negative NIMBYs instead of what's best for all residents of Hyannis and the town of Barnstable, who each of you were sworn to represent, not just a small group who you might be concerned about that may bash you on social media or on the always angry people on whatever that site is that the gentleman that everyone keeps mentioning seems to talk about. It's of great concern that some of the councils on the dais that when they were on this side accused previous councils of a lack of transparency. Well, it certainly seems like you didn't practice what you preached, because I'm looking at many of you who seem to come from the left to the right of Mr. Mendes, right over and stops at Paula Schnepp. Those of you, some of you in between, you're guilty of that very same lack of transparency that you accused us of and previous councils of. I sat there and listened to you people talk about it, as well as some of the people behind me who don't have the stones to confront people face to face and tell them how they really feel. So, have a good evening. Thank you for your time and your service to the community.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for all that you do here, working late hours to serve our community. My name is Roberta Mock. I live at 80 Greenwood Ave, Hyannis. I just like to see us all come together. The reason we're here, whether we have the same opinions, is put our opinions together and do a good job at protecting our community. I'm really concerned with the east end of town. I do understand that we need housing, and let's make it better, but to actually cram buildings into such tight locations like what happened at the Cascade, it shocks me how we can do that to a community. Put in, I mean, just looking at the community, you have these beautiful old houses in some areas heading down towards West Main Street, and right next to them they have these developments where the buildings, they don't look very attractive. They don't look like they're great quality. I think that Fresh Holes is a better job. Those were Army barracks. There's trees. There's a sense of community, nature. Let's all come together and do a good job, even though, we have differences of opinions. I just want to see us come together and make our town improve on it. I just want to bring that to attention. So I guess we have to look at the details of when a building comes in. I mean, cutting down big trees just to fit in more people higher up. I mean, what are we trying to create? Let's make it better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I need to sign in here? I'm Dennis Mason. I'm with Seashore Homes. My wife and I, my wife sitting back here in the audience, we are, for the last 8 years, have built 8 to 15 units per year, affordable housing units. Affordable housing units. Not bomb buildings, not 100 units. Nice, with character, looks like Hyannis, looks like Cape Cod. I was surprised. Yesterday I got a phone call from our banker. We're in the midst of a transaction in town here. And she said, did you know they're going to vote on a moratorium for building in Hyannis? And I said, no, I haven't seen anything in the papers. Nothing has been advertised. I'm like, how do you do that? I'm almost 80 years old, and I've been doing this a long time. Normally there's constructive notice and then discussion before somebody does something like this. You just don't go into it and pass something that has such impact on the community without having some discussion. So it impacts too many people out here. So another thing too, it was mentioned to us today, so my wife and I were out, the bridge is going to start in about 1.5 years. How is that going to impact our community here? So what does a moratorium on building plus now the bridge work is starting, and that's less people coming across to help feed us and our economy here. So I'm here to just say, I don't believe this is correct. If they want to schedule something, they want to start looking at the zoning, they want to do something with regard to the zoning and change that, I couldn't agree more. But you just don't cut things off like that without it creating such issues long-term and short-term on people's lives. So we love Hyannis. We own property here. We have businesses here, and we love to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, Natasha Batchelor from Marston's Mills.
Could you sign in, please?
I did.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. So I want to just tell a little story in regards to housing here. My office where I work, we have a wonderful new manager who came here from Connecticut to work with us to try to make our business better. So we're arborists. And one of the housing buildings that went up in Hyannis made that opportunity available for her. She wouldn't have been able to move here if that housing hadn't been available. And the idea of less housing being available scares me. I've had my shot. I have a house in Marston's Mills I got in just before things got crazy. And there's these beautiful, bright young minds that are being brought into the shop to work and want to live here on the Cape, but they just can't afford it. And it's good paying jobs. They're starting out at $50,000 to $80,000 a year, and they're having to room together off Cape to work here in this beautiful place. Then they're just enthusiastic about here, about the Cape, about the community. And they can't participate to the deep level that they would like to because there's not enough housing. So why would we want to stop building? Why would we want to take away the opportunity from the young people who we're missing? We have less young people here because they're moving away. They can't afford to live here. If we're not providing the housing for them, they're going to keep moving away. And there's not going to be people to perform the services that we need them to perform. A few years ago, there was an issue with not enough workers, and then somebody was asking for people that were residents here to fill in restaurants and to do the other jobs, like get a second job so that the economy can continue. That's insane. Nobody should have to work 2 jobs because there's not enough housing here for people to come and live and work and build lives. So just consider what's going to happen if we stop building homes for people so they can live really beneficial lives and contribute to our community. Thank you for your time, and really consider this. I love Cape Cod. I've only been here for 20 years, and I was reluctant, but I love this place now, and anything that we can do to keep it growing and being a place for everyone is what I'm for. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul Aiken. I live in Marston's Mills. I've been an attorney on the Cape for over 50 years. I've owned a home in Marston's Mills, but my office is in Hyannis, not too far from here, over near the hospital. I just want to sort of give you an anecdote as to how this DCPC issue can affect someone. I am not an attorney who specializes in zoning, so I'm not going to give you any law. If one of you falls walking out, I'll be happy to help you, but that's not my forte. As I said, I've had a home here, my office here for about 40 years. And 2 months ago, I finally signed a P&S to sell it. I'm about 2 years away from retirement. It's time. And I have been able to get a hold of a developer who was going to put about 18 units in my building. And the building, as I said, is near the hospital. It's been approved by Historic Commission when it's not a tear down. They're not going to completely tear it down. They're going to rehab it. They're going to renovate it. And there's plenty of room for housing. And the units are going to go for about $1,700, $1,800 a month for people who are working in town, plumbers, electricians, the people that we need to stay on Cape Cod. If this particular petition is approved, if the DCPC takes over, my purchase will fall. I won't have the opportunity to sell my building. The builder will probably lose about $75,000, $100,000 in pre-construction costs. I've signed a lease to go someplace else for a couple of years because I don't want to end just yet. I'll have to pay rent for the unit that I'm renting, and I'll also have to continue to pay my mortgage. I understand in looking at the paperwork that this is supposed to be brought about because of an emergency. I haven't heard about the emergency. There's nothing that I'm reading about in the newspaper. Cape Cod Times hasn't discovered. I would have expected it to be front page news, talk shows, social media, something that would indicate that there is a real problem with building too much homes here. We got to stop people from coming here. I haven't seen that. I'm not saying that we can't have a discussion about this sort of thing. This is fine. That's what you guys are here for. That's what the public wants to hear, to have a discussion. Do we have too much housing? Do we not have enough housing? The last speaker talked about there was not enough housing for people. That's pretty much what everybody has been hearing for years. But now all of a sudden I'm hearing, we got too many people coming here.
You have
We're full
15
up.
seconds, please.
So I'm only saying to you that people like myself, we're in the pipeline. We've done what we need to do to try to get properties either moved or rehabbed or renovated. We can't do it if this thing passes. We're talking a year or two down the road, it's going to be a disaster, and it's not fair. It's not fair to the people who have been living here all these years, done what they're supposed to do, and all of a sudden being blindsided out of the blue, bang. It's like a nuclear option. No more housing for a year or two. That's just wrong. And it's certainly going to affect me and the people who I've been dealing with. Thanks for your time, guys.
Thank you.
Good evening, councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Matt Tague, local builder, member of the Barnstable Planning Board now for 8 years, vice president of the Home Builders and Remodelers Association of Massachusetts, and a resident of the town of Barnstable. I'm here tonight to talk to you about both the DCPC and also the Stretch Energy Code, also known as the Green Communities Act. I would strongly urge you to adopt neither of these provisions. First, let's talk about the DCPC. As a member of the Planning Board, charged with managing the zoning bylaw and other matters of the town, I have brought with me tonight all the information I was provided about the DCPC. It's in my pocket. Others, none. Absolutely none. Okay? This process is flawed. This proposal did not come from years of open engagement like the form-based code, which involved multiple meetings, broad public outreach. Instead, it grew out of a curated social media frenzy that is being rushed forward without voters fully understanding the consequences. That is not a transparent, deliberative process that this council has promised to uphold. The only emergency here is that some don't have the votes to change the zoning the right way, through consensus and a 2/3 majority as the law requires. Using a DCPC is an end run around a process that undermines trust and creates chaos. And quite frankly, it reeks of blockbusting and redlining. Reeks of it. Stinks of blockbusting and redlining. Has anyone heard there's a housing crisis in Barnstable County, in the state of Massachusetts, nationally? Anyone ever heard of this? I have. I think you guys have too. The state is urging towns to open zoning for more housing, not less. Yet the DCPC would freeze one of the areas best suited for year-round housing. Our kids are already priced out of the community. Shutting the door on new housing slams them out permanently. Councilors, this proposal strips away property rights, cedes authority, risks lawsuits, undermines finances, kills jobs, worsens housing, and erodes trust in government. It is not thoughtful planning, it is a reactionary shortcut. Disappointing when you consider that since 2019, our great town, a beacon of hope in the housing crisis, has permitted or built nearly 1,500 units. 1,500. An effort that grew organically without state mandate or requirement to cede authority to a higher regional government. I'll also speak briefly about the adoption of the Green Communities Act and the Stretch Energy Code. Barnstable stands as one of the last bastions of energy freedom in the state. Let's keep it that way. I just received 2 days ago my $852 electric bill for my 2,500 square foot home, which has now gone up 50% over the last 5 years. When I think that with a major renovation, I have to meet my heating needs with an electric air source heat pump, I cringe to think of the $1,500 to $2,000 a month I will spend to heat my home.
Mr. Tague, your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Okay. I would support the DCPC if you bring back the Cascade Motor Lodge and fish it out of the dump. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Worfbane, Director of the Hyannis Main Street Business Improvement District. Thank you for having me. Thank you for always showing up for your town. First of all, I want to say how hard it is to make money, how hard economic development is. When most people try to endeavor in economic development or starting their own business, they get distracted by other things like arts or just any other topic, parking, but the actual act, which Seth might know, of making money on a product that you're selling is blood, sweat, and tears. It's really hard. Most people, over 50%, go out of business. So I'm just presetting this. In talking to the founder of the bid this morning, we went through the history of downtowns. Years ago, in the 70s, the malls put downtowns out of business. But Hyannis didn't go because the local community stepped up and we have a local flair, okay? We're still here. The internet put downtowns out of business, but Hyannis is still here because we have a local flair and we have a lot of support from our local community. COVID closed the downtowns for a few years, but Hyannis came back and did really well. The barriers, the work, people work very hard. It's tough enough to be successful in business. It's tough enough to have a downtown. We need a team where we're all on the same team. We need to be a team. It can't be a Hyannis where people feel it's the other. We all have to work together. And when we work together, we work with experts, right? Because I don't ask the postman if I have a heart problem, right? I need experts. I need people who know what they're talking about. All of us do. And when people start a business, they look at experts. They go to other businesses that are doing well. So we look at other downtowns. I know the Planning and Development Department, people have master's degrees. They look at best practices and they bring in experts. So we have faith that housing and jobs bring vitality to a downtown area, especially year-round. I have heard from members in the town that sometimes they don't love Hyannis because it's so seasonal and some of the shops don't really sing to them. Well, when you have the client that is here year-round, that lives in a place, then you get the type of businesses that service a year-round community, okay? That's just how economic development works.
You have 15 seconds.
We are so lucky to have investments of tens of millions of dollars coming into the community of Hyannis without tax incentives. This is money coming directly in that's creating more jobs and supporting the $9 million a year in property taxes that the bid brings back to the town. More taxes than any other downtown on Cape Cod to their community. So we all have to work together, again, which was said by the founder of the bid, we all have to be on the same team. Jobs are the lifeline of a community and vitality to our community. Please, we all have to be on the same team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Roberto Maia Jr. I've been a resident of Hyannis for the past 24 years. My wife and I have raised our 3 kids here, all of whom went to Barnstable High School, right alongside with your kids or grandkids probably. I'm also the owner of Starbuck Construction Service, a small locally grown business, not a big Boston developer. Today, Starbuck employs more than 40 people. These are local workers whose paychecks are spent in stores and restaurants to support our tax base in this very community. We are proud to give it back, whether it's sponsoring youth soccer teams, supporting autism jiu-jitsu programs, or being there when the community calls. Lately, I heard people say Hyannis residents don't want new housing. That's not what I hear when I speak with my neighbors. I've also heard some not so nice things said about our project on North Street. That's why I'm here, to put a face to the name. We live here, we work here, we raise our families here. The multifamily housing we are building is desperately needed. And also, as a business owner, it's concerning to seek talk of housing moratorium. One day, we are told that the town supports housing, and the next day, we hear about stopping it for 2 years. We are building this housing for the very people who live and work here, our teachers, first responders, kids, and the next generation who deserves a chance to call Hyannis home. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rob. I'm a homeowner, taxpayer, and a builder. I'm not 80 years old like the guy that also didn't hear about this. I am actually not sure how anyone has the time to hear about all of this on social media and anywhere else, but I haven't seen it anywhere until this morning. I'm part of a home builders association, and that's how I heard about it, not from any of you. As a homeowner, I feel, that I should have every right, as any other homeowner in any town on the Cape, to maintain, renovate, and build, or rebuild an aging home. As a taxpayer, I think it's an incredible opportunity that we have to bring in more revenue streams rather than putting it on, existing residents here. And I think it's a lucky opportunity that we have. And as a builder and an employer here, we need to encourage growth. It's as simple as that. Attracting talented, younger individuals, giving those people things to do as well. And the only way to do that, continued year-round growth and business opportunities. And thank you for all that you guys do. As I said, I don't hear about this stuff because I'm working, but I know you guys spend a lot of time on it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Erin Madden Cox, and I grew up in Barnstable and Osterville in the 80s. I've seen a lot.
Excuse me, can you please sign in and identify yourself?
Oh, yes. Yep. Thank you. So I'm here because, I was fortunate enough to be able to live and work and find a sustaining year-round job on the Cape. And growing up, everybody would say, if you want to make something of yourself, you have to go over the bridge. Everything used to shut down on the Cape when I was growing up, and people would say, what do you do here in the wintertime? Because there's nothing happening. It's been incredibly rewarding to see what a vibrant community this has become year-round, where businesses that want to attract, families and people in their 30s and 40s and 50s and 60s, cross-generation, are opening and thriving. And I've been excited to learn about people who want to move here from places that are as vibrant as, cities and towns elsewhere. It's a place that people want to be. So I love what's been happening in the growth of the downtown, to see that there will be more opportunities for people like my niece and nephew who just went off to college to return back possibly to the Cape, because at this point, all of my peers, we talk about how are your children ever going to be able to return back to the Cape. Without housing, we're not going to be able to allow those opportunities for future generations. And I think it's very important. I work with builders all over the Cape, and a DCPC, that would just shut down building for 2 years has seemingly come out of, nowhere. And I just think that it deserves much more consideration for the impact that it would have on the economy and, what the message that it would send about the Cape. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Cox. I am the Executive Officer of the Home Builders and Remodelers Association of Cape Cod, and I'm here in that capacity. But I also grew up in Katuitt and graduated from BHS and spent a lot of time in this community. And you've heard a lot tonight from members of ours, from builders, and you know there has been this very toxic narrative out there that anybody who is in favor of the multifamily zoning and new housing production is somehow greedy developers or in the pocket of those greedy developers or what have you. But you've just heard, these are mom and pop, small business, locally grown small business owners who are embedded in our community, and they're creating jobs, and they are critical to our local economy. And nobody is trying to get rich here. They're trying to just do the same thing that everybody else does every day: show up, do a job, and put food on the table for their family. You know, I worked in politics for a long time. I know how challenging it is, and you know, as someone who has struggled myself when I chaired my finance committee in my town, I know that getting 2/3 votes is a real hurdle. But as a history person, I also look at the fact that it's supposed to be hard, right? That our founders intended it to not be easy to go from one policy one day to another policy the next day, because there's been a 1 or 2 vote shift in an election, because that creates uncertainty, not just for businesses, but for the community writ large. And so it's intended to be hard, right? And you know, I encourage you to work together. If you see that there are concerns, then I think that part of the way that can be accomplished is through the normal legislative process, but it's also in tamping down on some of the rhetoric. I know there's a lot of nasty stuff out there online. I'm sure the second I sit down that there'll be a target on my back. But, you know, I don't think that reflects the overall community. The people that I grew up with, the people that I talk to, they're concerned about their kids. You know, they're concerned about where their kid's going to live and where their kid's going to work. And in one fell swoop, a DCPC not only shuts down housing opportunities, but it also shuts down economic opportunities. So I encourage the council to be really thoughtful and mindful about this practice, this process, whether it is now or at a later date. It is not what our founders intended. In my mind, it's really waving a white flag that the council is not able to arrive at consensus. And as you know, Councillor Penn said in the summary that was submitted, a DCPC is forever. So the council will be ceding its authority to the Cape Cod Commission forever.
Ms. Cox, your time is up.
Thank you for your time, and thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Mr. Julius.
Sorry, I'm still limping from my ankle replacement some 11 weeks back. Good evening, Council. Your favorite John Julius from Hyannis. I always like to say that. I think the good news here tonight is maybe we're going to reach a turning point. What do I mean by a turning point? Obviously, I see the concerns of the people back here, and I don't blame them. But as I've continued to say and will continue to say, I was here in 1988 when the town council then implemented a building moratorium. And you know something? Nobody died, nobody went out of business, nobody got hurt. It's incredible to me the misinformation and the inaccuracies that some people, prior speakers, unfortunately, have come here to the podium tonight. A DCPC is not going to kill anyone. I was also here when they had the DCP, when it went into effect in Centerville and Craigville. No businesses were impacted. It had zero impact on anyone. They continued to operate as they always did, and guess what? No one in Hyannis is going to be that negatively affected either. And once we're through with it, the downtown area will be far better off. You know, the DCPC is really just a little bit of a halt, which basically, you know this because I've continued to say it. I'm going to keep coming back saying it. We have a serious problem in Hyannis with water and sewer. Not one speaker tonight mentioned water and sewer and the water shortage. And I'm going to keep coming back here. The next time I come in, I'll bring the report that will show and prove. I'll give you, every one of you, a copy. You know, Hyannis is 14 square miles. That's all we have. Not long ago, we had about 15,000 people in Hyannis. We're going to approach pretty soon 18 to 20,000 people, packed, squeezed into Hyannis. Our water and sewer can't handle it. By comparison, the town has, I think, 484 residents per square mile in the rest of the 6 villages. But Hyannis, nope, we're packing them in, 1,428 people per square mile. And you want to keep building more when the water and sewer can't handle it? I have a question, Mr. President, if you don't mind, and I'm going to send a follow-up email. I'd like answers to the following 6 questions. Going down Route 132, this is really important information. I want to know the Hyannis Golf Course, the Cape Cod Community College, the YMCA, the Burger King, the Cape Cod Conservatory, and the Kimber Woods Apartments. I would like to know the next time I come into this room, which ones of those are right now on town sewer? And again, I'm going to send an email.
Julius.
I guess the last thing I'll mention is the Conservation Law Foundation lawsuit. We have a huge lawsuit that nobody talks about, nobody mentions, and I suspect most of the people back here don't know. The Conservation Law Foundation has a huge lawsuit against the town for contamination and pollution that's going out into Lewis Bain. You know where it's coming from? The sewage treatment plant, the water pollution control facility. And you know something? When that has to be rebuilt, God help, people talk about affordability. Wait until your tax bill goes into effect to pay for that Conservation Law Foundation. And we haven't even talked about the north side. When I come in the next time, we'll talk about the north side.
Time is up, Mr. Julius.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. And again, thank you for all that you do. I do truly appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment in the room? Seeing no one online? Oh, okay.
My name is John Richmond. I live in Hyannis, which I just have for a long time. And really, I think all I want to say right now is the way I read the agenda, the DCPC thing is the last thing after executive session, after everything. And I just hope there is some way that it can be considered. I mean, do a public hearing, do whatever. There are very strong feelings on both sides. There's a lot of information, a lot of misinformation. I don't think it should be decided when everybody wants to go home. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment in the room? Seeing none online, Lynn?
We have Ellen Nozzle. Ellen, you may unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, President Tamish and councilors. I'm Ellen Nozzle from Centerville. My comments come from reflecting on the events of the last town council meeting and item number 2026-30 on tonight's event agenda. The discussion centered on whether or not to direct Town Manager Mark Ells to nominate the Downtown Hyannis Growth Incentive Zone for consideration as a district of critical planning concern to the Cape Cod Commission. In my opinion, I would like to see the council vote that the recommendations drafted by the hard and thoughtful work of the ad hoc zoning committee be put forward immediately. That would eliminate the need for the DCPC. That would keep decision-making local for housing as well as commercial development. However, Councilor Turkelson asked about the need for a 2/3 vote for the zoning, and that was concerned. that was confirmed. That situation frames the whole issue. The observers of last month's meeting saw that the attaining that amount of consensus in this council for either the zoning or the DCPC recommendations is highly unlikely. This is sadly unfortunate, and what prompted Councilor Lutke to suggest using a mediator. There are just too many people who have closed their eyes and ears to the best interests of the town. In the meantime, it's business as usual, and I believe that it has not worked and is not working for Barnstable. To councilors that think that a DCPC would cause an extreme cessation of development of any kind, I would direct you to the details of the DCPC that was approved in Eastham. Although they have a different vision and different needs, it looks like a plan for measured, directed growth. In closing, I ask that the zoning recommendations be voted on and approved before considering the need for a DCPC. And thank you very much for all you do.
Thank you.
Next, we have Asia Graves. Asia, you have 3 minutes. You may unmute.
Hello, my name is Asia Graves. Sorry, I'm muted. That's why my camera has been off. But I just wanted to say, I believe you don't need a DCPC. I believe we need to continue creating housing in Barnstable. As a 30-something millennial who lives here year-round, I know that we do not have enough housing, particularly workforce housing. We don't need to stop building. We need to look at alternatives. We may not need to tear down a bunch of new buildings. We could do things like co-living. In Boston, there were old houses that have 5 or 6 bedrooms and 2 or 3 bathrooms. We could allow people to live together but have shared common spaces but have a bedroom. It would make housing more affordable. It would maintain the character of some of the more older and historic neighborhoods, and you wouldn't have to do a lot of renovations or changes. It would create housing, keep the characters of the neighborhoods, but it would also make sure that people have adequate, clean, and safe housing. A lot of the people who oppose new housing in Barnstable already have housing. That is a known fact. People that need housing, that reside in Barnstable, do not want a building moratorium. They need housing, they want housing, they need affordable housing. And that's for teachers, firefighters, nurses, but that's also for the people that, you know, work in the restaurants, work in the hotels. We talk about the lack of year-round housing and how to fix it. It's about being more creative with the zoning than less creative. We need to ensure that everyone that lives here, that does live here, can have adequately safe housing. That can be done. But blocking all progress is not going to help Barnstable. Who's going to take care of people living in the nursing homes? People are commuting in at the moment. Businesses need workers. And if we want our business community to be able to continue to grow, and particularly since we're a seasonal economy, we need to make sure that people actually have clean housing. Please don't block housing. It's needed. You can build housing that maintains the character of the neighborhood. It can be done. It is done. Be creative. Don't block progress. I hope you all have a great evening.
Thank you.
That's all from Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do we have council response to public comment? You on my right? Councilor Lutke?
Yes, thank you to everyone. I will make a comment about the DCPC. We had an individual speaking earlier about, you know, perhaps nefarious things going on. But this is how we bring things forward. We put it on an agenda, and it is a first read. So there's no decision tonight, and we can't even discuss it tonight because it is a first read. the whole point of putting it on an agenda is getting it out here so that people are aware of it, and then it moved to a second read where discussions are held. So that's just a quick statement. And the other one, I would hope people would listen to what President Tamish said about the personal attacks, because there were several things said that I thought crossed a line. As a matter of fact, a thank you to Linda Bollinger. I received your text, your proposed text for the amendment to the local comprehensive plan. I forwarded that to Jim Kupfer, and when that comes up tonight, I will present that as an amendment. So thank you for doing that. It was very helpful for your group to help like that. And I say, I really won't talk to anyone's personal comments because we're not discussing it tonight, but it was nice to hear from everybody and get some good feedback on what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment on my right? Councilor Boone?
Thank you, Mr. President. Excuse me. I don't think this is the time for a DCPC. But what I would like to see is some action on our ad hoc committee for zoning and housing, getting those recommendations in place. And I just want to say something about, this is something that, I've been painted with since I ran, that we're anti-housing. Not anti-housing at all. What I don't like is the ratio of 10% to 90% market rate. We're not doing our citizens any favors with that ratio. We need a higher ratio. And if we fill the town up with market rate housing, we're not serving our people here. In order to meet the state's requirement, 10%, we need to build 700 more affordable units. In order to reach 700 more affordable units under these current conditions, we'll need to build 6,300 market rate housing units. And where are we going to put them? Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment on my right? Seeing none. On my left, Councilor Mendes.
Thank you, President Tamish. Integrity, transparency. We heard those words from a lot of people sitting on this dais right now. From the information I heard tonight, I don't think we should do a first read on the DCPC at all. In order to lead people, they have to believe you and believe in your word. The stuff Mr. Hirschler said is troubling to me. It sounds like there's a shadow government who's having input on things that should be left to elected officials. They shouldn't be crafting policy. Of course, the public has every right in the world to comment on policy, but they shouldn't be crafting agenda items and policy. How can we sit up here with a straight face and have a first read on anything when the public doesn't even know about it? Good or for bad, when we did the last form-based code, we had workshops, the public input on it. And we're going to actually sit here with a straight face and have a first read on something. We know how it works. First read gets voted in. The next read, it becomes a law. Period. So let's not fool ourselves. If you want to lead the public, you have to be transparent, as a lot of us sat here and said they would be. But I heard the opposite tonight. And it makes me upset. Because I have colleagues, I was told by a constituent that they heard I'm on the take. That came from some of these people on this dais up here right now. And I know who it came from. But as a leader in this community, you have to look beyond that to try to work together. But nobody's pulling the wool over anybody's eyes. Just like they said, they're afraid that there's not the votes to fix the form-based code, so we're going to try to stick this in. Come on. This council has no credibility as it is. So now we're going to make it worse. And you wonder why decent people don't want to run for this council, or decent people don't want to sit on this council. You wonder why. This is exactly why. We shouldn't be voting on this tonight. The public didn't even know about it. How are we going to sit here and have a first read on something when the public has no idea what it is? We need to do better. Transparency, integrity. Those mean something to me. And for some of the people up here, they should mean something to them too.
Councilor Penn. Councilor Penn.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, and I wish I could have said this about an hour ago or so, that I intend, when this item comes up on the agenda, I intend to withdraw the item. So I'll say that again. When item 2016-030 comes up, I intend to make a motion to withdraw the item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further comment on my left? Councilor Levesque.
Thank you, President Tamish. Since that's kind of put to bed, I just want to say thank you. I'm not really going to comment since it's going to be withdrawn. I do mirror some of the concerns, and I appreciate Council Mendes saying what he said, because some of those same things have been said about myself, and these things, you know, these platforms. There's nobody in this community that's been attacked more than I have in those communities, very unfairly. And there's people staring at me in this audience that are part of those conversations, people on this dais are part of those conversations. I'm not a perfect person. I've been called a scumbag by people on this dais. And I ask a frame of reference, why? And there's no reasons. It's a, you know, again, it becomes very personal, and so I understand where Council Mendes is coming from, and it's hard not to take it personal, but we have to move forward, and we have to try to do good business. So with that, I think it's important to, and through you, Mr. President, to again, address some of this information that becomes public comment and sometimes isn't addressed by our staff. So if possible, if I could bring Town Manager Els up, I just have a couple of questions by some of the really accusations that have been brought against our staff in our town, if possible, just to clarify a couple of things, if that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you. And this is honestly how, when I was president, I would handle these types of accusations that would come at our staff as well. First thing that came up is the Mitchell's Way pump station. We've had a number of pump stations constructed in the town of Barnstable. From what I've seen, and again, I know it's awfully close to a very controversial piece of property that developers trying to develop, and I can understand why people would be concerned about that and try to find some connection. But I think it's important just to make sure that a word that was used was on that. It was illegally pumped. Pump stations, from what I understand, and again, I don't want to lead you, but when I saw, for example, Finney's Lane, massive pump station, there was water being pumped out of that hole constantly, sheathing, metal sheathing being dropped down into the hole to block water from coming back in. And then once it was constructed, the pumping stopped. More than likely, the water came back to the pump, and now we have that pump station that's going to be able to power our sewer system. Was that a similar process, or was this different than that? Or, in other words, can you please just address the accusations of being illegally pumped?
Sure, Mark Els, Town Manager. To my knowledge, there has been no illegal action, lack of permit relative to that specific pump station, or any that we've done, quite honestly. There's been a tremendous amount of incorrect and inaccurate information. There's also kind of a general, when you ask a broad, I have to answer broadly, I'm sorry.
Yes, I understand.
Because there's so much misinformation on this one. You know, when you reach out to DEP and you ask a general question, DEP will give you a general answer, not knowing any of the specifics. And I've received communications saying, Mark Els, you better change your response to this because of what DEP has said. I'm not going to change my response. I gave the correct response. We're not in violation of anything. We went through the proper processes, and we will continue to do so. When this was brought to my attention by a counselor, Councilor Penn called me up. I was very grateful that she did. Very early in the process, I called DPW and I said, I want you to go out and put eyes on this and find out what the concern is. There's other issues in the neighborhood. Had nothing to do with anything that was proposed. This project's been in the works for, I don't want to overstate, but year to 2 years. It has a state grant. It's needed as part of our sewer system upgrade. We're compliant with every aspect, including receiving the grant funding and eligibility, which requires us to do this correctly. Yet people continue to provide inaccurate information. But in an abundance of caution, Director Santos came back to me and he said, let's stop the project. Basically, you dig a hole, a deep hole. To answer your question, this one's much smaller than Finney's Lane or 725 Main Street. We do have several pump stations in the recent decade maybe that we've gone out and done, smaller scale pump stations. Remember, going forward with our facilities plan, we're going to be putting in a total of about 70 to 80 pump stations across our community. Every one requires pumping. Every one we do appropriately. We've done that correctly this time. But in an abundance of caution, Director Santos came back and he said, let's stop it and let's see what's occurring out there. People are claiming that the wetland is being drained. They spoke with Conservation, who had already said that we could proceed with the project the same as they had with the others. By the way, you pump the water out because you dig such a deep hole because you got to put a concrete structure in there that you pour, and then you move the water far enough away so it doesn't refill the hole so fast that you can't put the concrete in and build the structure. That's what's occurring here. We don't take the water away. It doesn't disappear. And then when you stop pumping, it fills back up because you have a giant body of water under the ground. That's what happens here. I'll also point out, though, that you realize we're in flood conditions right now. So as I drive near my home and I look at herring runs and I look at the level of lakes, the water table is down. And we would very much like to come in and talk about the hydraulics of Cape Cod and specifically what happens to the groundwater in high precipitation years and low precipitation years. I'd love to talk about different issue, sewer capacity, water capacity, because again, completely inaccurate information being shared with the public. So my answer is no, we're not in violation of anything. We're going forward though now before Conservation. And I believe the meeting got moved a month because they wanted to make, they didn't properly notify all the abutters. So when I got identified, we said, let's move it out. We're on hold. We're going to go back through a public process and then proceed. And hopefully everybody will be satisfied. But every pump station we go forward with has this same challenge because our groundwater isn't that far down. And you got to dewater the hole when you do the construction.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you. You answer my other question, I think it's really important, and I wish Mr. Julius would stick around for a response to his comments. But, you know, the fact that, you know, you addressed it, you know, agree or disagree with housing, density, and things of that nature. And again, discussions that we should have on this dais, and it's what I've been saying even before we put the ad hoc committees together. We have voted to move forward and with the recommendations to the planning board. Those things are happening. I voted to do that on all levels once the ad hoc committee recommendations came forward, as most of the councilors did as well. But with that, again, the points that we're not running out of water and our sewer capacity can handle the growth that's getting mapped. Infrastructure, other different things that we want to talk
Councilor,
about.
with that, could you get to your question?
No, I'm just stating, and I'm really trying to just display that, you know, and bring our staff up here to you know, get rid of this misinformation that sometimes isn't dispelled on the dais, and it's important to do that because, again, we're lacking news sources, and we need to get the right information, and the right information comes from our staff. It doesn't come from social media. So that was my point, and thank you very much for providing the correct information, Town Manager.
President Tamish, we're always available to, in workshop or whatever format you choose, to share the information, accurate information we do have, and to certainly have a dialogue with the council about it.
Absolutely.
Thank you, President Tamish. I appreciate that. And thank you, Mark Kelly.
Thank you. I would just like to clarify, some people have said that there were no notifications. Last month's meeting on August 21st, I believe it was, we had about a 45-minute discussion about the DCPC. There was a workshop given by Jim Kupfer, and there was a vigorous discussion by the council. At that point, the discussion, first of all, the discussion came up because some councilors wished to have it on the agenda, which is their right. So it came up as a workshop. As a result of that discussion, as a result of that workshop, it was put on for a first reading tonight. So it was made available to the public. A first reading is simply that. It is then put over to the next meeting, which is September 18th. So this discussion regarding a DCPC has been going on in public with the council for approximately a month. Some people commented that they didn't see anything in the newspaper about it. I don't think we have much of a newspaper left anymore, unfortunately. So there's not much there, which is to the detriment of the town. But I just wanted to clarify that, in fact, there has been a discussion. It has been publicized. It's in the agenda. It was going to be discussed tonight as a first reading, and if the first reading is voted, was going to be voted, then it would have been a public hearing on the 18th of September. So, Councilor Crowe.
Thank you, President Tamish. I got a number of things to say about different comments tonight. It was good to see Megan Mort here again tonight. She described the subcommittee on the zoning ad hoc as somewhat of a joke. That has been, that committee's work and by the chairman has been widely praised by most on this council as one of the best ad hoc committees we've ever had. Just want to make that clear. I'd like to read a statement. In a writing sent to the council and the press, Mr. Nathan Hirschler inaccurately claimed that I directed a resident to use a private email to communicate with me about town business. I did no such thing. Mr. Hirschler has made that up. I want that clear. I want that clear, and I'm speaking. He made a false statement about me the same way he falsely accused a resident in a record request that was posted on the town website that she used an alias. This is all political theater. It's irresponsible. It's defamatory. And I encourage the public to learn the facts, and I encourage this town council to focus time and energy and money on issues that matter to our taxpayers. And the paper you're talking about, I have the original, okay? And I directed that person from my personal email to my town email that was on the record at the time.
That's just the case, Mr. Hirschler.
Councilor.
Okay. Those that decry social media, and I agree a lot of it is not worth doing, and I don't do any of it. But your participation is voluntary. It is free speech, and it is allowed in this town. Okay? The fact that some people have decided that anybody who speaks on that line, and they are also speaking at the same time, should be sued for anything they disagree with, is also an attack on free speech. One other thing I wanted to say, anybody can create a meme in order to politically sway the public opinion, especially as we come on elections. Lack of transparency is something that was made an art of in the last town council and the last president. Okay, just take a look at the ad hoc subcommittee on I'm sorry, I got to get the name right, but the task force on the development task force, economic development task force. This is all self-appointing. It had a lot of the people who are in this town that are our developers, and it was all done behind the scenes by our then planning director, who then, and those policies were made and put together for a lot of the zoning we see now. And it was done without any public awareness whatsoever. So those are facts that need to get out there. And I've seen your comments, and and I can debunk each one of those you've made. They have nothing to do with open meeting law, which is what you're making a complaint about. There is no quorums in any of those communications. And if you can point one out, let me know.
Any further response? Seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Turkelson.
Thank you, President Tamish. We heard a lot about some of the things that we should listen to the experts and use best practices. I've now been called the class of 23 and a negative newbie, so that's excellent. I have a new name to add on to my leaderboard. And we talked about coming together. Sometimes a split council is a great place to be operating from because it actually makes us have these conversations. When it's a 12 to 2 vote, you really know your voice has no power. And I just would like to make it clear that Mr. Hirschler sent me a cease and desist letter, which required me to hire a lawyer. And I took to heart what he had to say, but it also is soft intimidation, and it means that people are then afraid to speak up, because we also have residents being added to Freedom of Information Requests Acts after they've spoken here at Town Council. And overall, it's soft intimidation. So I think it's a great way to silence voices. It would be much better if we actually just say we don't want these people on our platform, and if I'm the manager of the platform, I block those people. That would be a lot more direct and than soft intimidation. So I guess it's unfair that we have people that feel like they need to intimidate us because it's worked. So congratulations.
Any further comment? Okay, seeing none. We will move on. Town Manager Communications. Town Manager Communications has been videotaped. It's available on the Town Manager's Town Council's website, the town's website, rather. There are several items there. In the interest of time, I will not go through them tonight, but they are certainly there, and I invite everyone to take the time to go to the website and view the Town Manager's report. Minutes. Do I have a motion to accept the public session minutes of August 21st, 2025?
Second.
Moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, will we have a vote, please? Any discussion on the motion, first of all? Seeing none?
Councilors Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez,
Abstain.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
12 yes, 1 abstain. Thank you.
Thank you. Communications. Elected official boards, committee staff, any announcements?
Thank you very
Vice
much.
President Clark?
Thank you very much, President Tamish. Few comments on September 10th. Barnstable County will be hosting an open house from 11 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon at the County Complex in Barnstable Village. There's a nice offering of services that are showcased, that are planned to be showcased on that day. On September 11th at 10 in the morning, Barnstable Fire Department will be hosting a ceremony in memory of 9/11. And then there will be a short procession to St. Mary's Episcopal Church, where Dr. Cox will be the keynote speaker, and he happens to be the president of the Cape Cod Community College. And on the 24th of September, there will be a Community Safety Day at the Senior Center, at the Barnstable Adult Community Center, that will also have a open house with safety features for the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Lutke?
Yes, I just wanted to speak in my capacity as the liaison to the Zoning Board of Appeals. When Ms. Barbosa spoke, she mentioned the Zoning Board of Appeals, but I believe she was referring to the Conservation Commission, because the Zoning Board of Appeals had nothing to do with what she was talking about. So just for everyone's reference, she was, I think, referring to the Conservation Commission. And as far as the Zoning Board of Appeals, at their last meeting, they were dealing with a new home. It was a demolition and a rebuild in Craigville, which was the subject of a DCPC. And I would offer the opportunity for residents and councilors alike to look at that and look at how smoothly that meeting went, because DCPC can serve to really clarify the zoning and make things much easier. And it was a very smooth process at that meeting, and the DCPC was mentioned in the findings by the Zoning Board of Appeals. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further? Councilor Levesque?
Just want to announce again that the Millbilly Breakfast will be at Liberty Hall. That is to benefit the scholarship fund for the Marston's Mills Village Association. It's $12 for adults, suggested donation, $8 for children. And it's pancakes, eggs, home fries, bacon sausage. We got blueberries this time for the pancakes. And this hot off the presses, we got a couple cases of apple cider donuts too that I was able to procure. So we'll be serving those up as well. Orange juice, coffee, everything's included. So, and you don't have to be from Marston's Mills to come along. So really appreciate that. Again, Sunday morning, September 7th from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. And also wanted to say that September 7th, it's a busy day here in Barnstable. It's also Brazilian Independence Day. And so there will be a celebration at Asselton Park from 2 o'clock in the afternoon to 7 o'clock, I believe. And there'll be activities, and there'll be a celebration of not only, being American Brazilians. And so a very inclusive event, and for all those, not only Brazilian, but Americans alike. So let's celebrate with our people who are really the fabric of our community together, and it should be a beautiful day. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further? Seeing none, I would invite Town Attorney Karen Nober.
Good evening, councilors. Karen Nober, Town Attorney. On August 28th, we received 2 separate open meeting law complaints, one from Ron Beatty, one from Mr. Hirschler, and I'm asking that you delegate the handling of those complaints to me.
Do those have to be separate votes, or can it be one vote?
I think you could probably do it either way.
Okay. Could I have a motion, please, to delegate to the Town Attorney responsibility to respond to the open meeting law complaints submitted by Ronald Beatty and Nathan Hirschler?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Councilors, Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
13 yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I move to go into executive session pursuant to General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to potential litigation related to federal grant conditions, since a discussion in open session may have a detrimental effect on the litigation position of the town and town council. The council will return to public session after the executive session. The town attorney has estimated this may be up to 45 minutes. However, I certainly hope not. She thinks it will be less.
Second.
So, do I have a motion made and seconded? All right. All in favor, Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque, Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Sure. I'm sorry. Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
13 yes.
Okay, we will go into executive session. We'll take about a 10-minute break and then start the executive session. And for those that are waiting for a couple of articles, Chief Brown and Mr. Angelo, we will be bringing those forward as soon as I can for you. well under 45 minutes. Thank you all. And we will resume. Okay, at this point, I would like to go to the items of the day. And with the indulgence of the counselors, I'd like to get some of our guests, so to speak, out of here. Councilor Burdick. Councilor Burdick seems to be among the missing.
Pick somebody else. Pick somebody else.
Okay. How about 2026-024, Councilor Lutke?
Thank you, President Tamish. This is an item of new business. It may be acted upon by a majority vote. It's item 2026-024, a resolve approving 2 fish weir applications from Cape Cod Artisanal Fisheries, LLC.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. And this was 024. This may be acted on a majority vote. Okay, we had a discussion regarding this, I believe at the last meeting or the meeting before that, and the application has been resubmitted, and I recognize Mr. Lawson.
Good evening, councilors. Derek Lawson, Director of Marine and Environmental Affairs. Mr. Jacob Angelo, owner of Cape Cod Artisanal Fisheries, LLC, is seeking to renew 2 fish weir permits in Nantucket Sound. These permits are for 5 years and starting in 2026. The weirs are to be installed in September after Labor Day and are to be removed at the end of November. The Harbor Master Department and Waterways Committee supports the application's request with the conditions that have been presented to you. I'm available for any questions as well as Mr. Angelo.
Okay. Any discussion on this article? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Councilors Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes. Yes.
Timish,
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
13 yes.
All right.
Congratulations.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Angelo, for sticking through the process.
Thank you very much, everybody. I really hope to make everyone proud, and thank you for the service that you guys do. I mean, this is a huge job that you guys do. I couldn't imagine doing it, but hopefully one day I will be able to be in one of these seats. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Tomorrow too soon?
Precinct 11.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilor Burdick, 2026-004, please, if you would.
I left mine in the other room. Yeah. I left my agenda in the other room because I'm irresponsible, but I think I got it right here. 004.
Trying, Chief Brown. I'm really trying.
Well, I should slow this one down. Let's see. It's from Katuitt.
What page is it on?
Got it. Yep. This is an item of an old business for public hearing. It will be approved by a roll call majority vote. Item 2026-004, order waiving fees for construction work by the Katuitt Fire District for the expansion and renovation of the fire station at 64 and 56 High Street, Katuitt.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Page is that, 004. What page is it?
15.
15?
Public hearing.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. We will be going into a public. No. Okay, take it. All right. Okay. With respect to the public hearings for tonight, I'm going to announce the opening and closing of each public hearing without asking for a vote to do so. However, if any counselor objects at any time, then a vote will be taken to open and close the public hearing. If there is no objection, at this point I will open the public hearing. And the rationale. Who is doing, Seth, were you going to read the rationale, or is Chief, Mr. Ellis?
I can read it, or Mr. L, or the chief. But since, as you saw, I just had to find my agenda, that means that I have to find it in here again. What page is it on? 18, thank you. Here we go, the background and rationale. The Katuitt Fire District has requested that the town of Barnstable waive any fees associated with the expansion and renovation of the fire station located at 64 and 56 High Street in Katuitt, which the fire district estimates will be $122,000. According to the fire district, this project is a critical piece of public safety infrastructure that will significantly enhance emergency response capabilities by enabling personnel to respond more quickly and effectively to emergencies, ultimately saving lives and protecting property. The Town Council has previously voted to waive such fees. In October 2016, the Town Council voted to approve item number 2017-014 for a waiver of fees for construction work on the new Hyannis Fire Station located at 95 High School Road in Hyannis. In December 2022, the Town Council voted to approve item number 2023-066 for a waiver of fees for construction work on the Barnstable Fire District's new water treatment plant off Breeds Hill Road. In addition, item number 2025-201, which proposes a waiver of fees for construction work by the Barnstable Fire District for a new fire station located at 1841 Finney's Lane, Barnstable, is on the July 17, 2025 agenda.
Okay. Is there anyone from the public that would like to be here, or Chief Brown, would you like to speak?
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. President, members of council. Sean Brown, Fire Chief for the Katuitt Fire District, resident of Katuitt, Precinct 7. Thank you for your time and consideration for this request this evening. We appreciate our partnership that we have with the public safety team here in the town of Barnstable. One of the things that is really exciting to point out about this project is that we also included in the planning process a dedicated workspace for the police department that will have 24-hour access, a dedicated office with key fob access for the police department to utilize as they need and for their convenience to work out in that end of the town. So again, it's just another exciting part about the partnership that we have as public safety here within the town. So with that, I respectfully request your support for this and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment? Seeing none. Any council discussion? Excuse me. Let me close the public hearing at this point. Okay, now council discussion. Councilor Starr.
I have a question for Mr. Burdick. Are you on the Prudential Committee at the Katuitt Fire?
I am on the Prudential Committee.
So should he recuse himself?
I was advised by council that it was not a conflict.
Oh, good. Thank you. Great.
He's considered a municipal employee on that as well under the state ethics laws.
Thank you for that question. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Madam Clerk?
Councilors. Levesque.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Mendez.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Penn.
Yes.
Schnepp.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Timish.
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
13 yes.
Thank you. Again, taking one out of order, I would like to bring forward 2026-025. Council Levesque, would you mind reading that in, and perhaps we can get the superintendent out of here at a decent hour?
Thank you, President Tamish. This is new business may be acted upon. This is item number 2026-025. Transfer order in the amount of $587,527 for the Barnstable High School Tennis Court project as written.
Second.
Okay. Motion made and seconded.
Hi, good evening.
Madam Superintendent.
Good evening, President and Vice President and Town Councilors. We're here this evening, Doug Ballanger and myself, to request a transfer of funds. This is related to the tennis court capital improvement project, where the bids came back higher than the original appropriation. The school committee is recommending this action as well, which would be a transfer from 3 other projects which can be closed out.
Okay. There's no public hearing on this. Is simply a majority vote. Is there any discussion? Councilor Schnapp?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Superintendent, for coming to the meeting. I know this is something we approved 2-3 years ago. We probably had adequate discussion or didn't. But in the meantime, there has been, and I speak very prejudicedly because I am a pickleball player, that there's a lot of pickleball interest. And I didn't know if these tennis courts are going to be available for any conversion or hybrid or.
2 courts will be added to these tennis courts.
Okay, great.
Pickleball courts.
And what is the public access to the high school courts? Is it just during off-school hours?
Yes, I believe so. And it'll also be, I think we're looking into a program to sign up for it. So it'll be an online sign up for the pickleball courts.
Okay.
As well as the tennis courts.
As well as the tennis courts. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Any further questions on my right? Councilor Levesque?
Thank you, President Tamish. Thank you for the presentation. Something that I'm not sure if you're aware of, but when the tennis courts were redone at West Villages and made into pickleball courts, and originally there was supposed to be more tennis courts there, and then they were, I actually, because of my precinct, we requested that they be dual, they be used for both, and I'm not asking you to do that here. But what ended up happening was when those fell into disrepair, those courts were named after a longtime coach, what's it called? School, sport, yes, thank you. Athletic director, Dick Gordon. He was the longtime athletic director and tennis coach. And those courts in Marston's Mills were named after him. When I asked why the sign wasn't put back up, I was told, and again, this has nothing to do, but possibly that this would be named after him. I think it's very important that we consider naming those. I don't know if you have anything after that, but I would, again, I think it's very important that his name be recognized and him be remembered. He just passed away last year, or 2 years ago around Christmas time, and I knew Coach very well, and again, I'm very passionate about the fact that his name be carried on because of what he meant to Barnstable for a long period of time, so decades. So maybe, Councilor Neary might have known who he was, but anyway, thank you.
Can I respond? There is a school committee policy around naming school facilities, and so we can certainly take a look at that. But there's a process, and we can look at
Well
that.
aware, and I understand it's not going to be done because I'm not putting that on you. I just wanted to make you aware that I think it's just something that's been forgotten and kind of pushed off, and his sign fell off the chain link fence, and I just saw it there on the ground, and I just want to make sure that we do the right thing. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Councilors, Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque.
Yes.
Thank you, 13 yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Good night.
Thank you.
Everyone.
At this point, Councilor Penn, you indicated that you would be withdrawing 2026-030. I would invite you to do that at this point so that if there's anyone that's still here waiting for that, in fact it will be withdrawn, if you would.
I'd be happy to do that now if you'd like.
Yes, please.
So with the work of the ad hoc committee and being in front of the planning board, those zoning amendments, and with Planning and Development working to establish a standing zoning advisory committee because they liked the relationship between the ad hoc zoning committee and Planning and Development and the products that came out of that. I move to withdraw item number 2026-030, the resolve nominate a DCPC.
Second.
Okay. I've been advised by town council that because Councilor Penn is the sponsor of this item and that it has not formally been read in to be voted on, that she can withdraw it without a vote. It does not need a second. Okay? So I think we are done with that for tonight then. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, moving on. Old business, 2025-184. Councilor Burdick, if you could read that in, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an item of old business for a public hearing. Can be approved by a roll call majority vote of the full council. Item 2025-184, appropriation order in the amount of $2,900,000 for preservation and restoration work at the Hyannis Armory located at 225 South Street in Hyannis.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. At this point, I will open, unless there's an objection, I will open the public hearing. And I recognize Lindsay Council, Chairman of the CPC.
Thank you, Council President Tamish. Lindsay Council, Chair of the Community Preservation Committee. At the April 28th, 2025 Community Preservation Committee meeting, the 6 committee members present voted unanimously to recommend to the Town Council, through the Town Manager, the Department of Public Works application for $2,900,000 in Community Preservation Act funds to begin revitalization work on the Hyannis Armory building, which is owned by the town. The Department of Public Works plans on undertaking work on the exterior building envelope. I believe Town Manager is going to present the project.
Mr. Else.
Good evening, Mark Ellis, Town Manager. Thank you, Lindsay. Yeah, with me tonight is Director Kupfer. I have Mark Marinaccio, thank you, Lynn, our town architect. Who did I miss? Oh, David Anthony is also here with us for questions. And I'm going to give you a brief review. I've also, during Town Manager communication, provided you with both the link to the presentation that Mark Marinaccio did to the CPC that does a very good job in giving very specific information about what this project is. I'll summarize it in one slide. I also gave you an outline that David Anthony provided to me, which gives history and background on what we've done, which I'll summarize in another slide. I only have 7 slides, so it won't take that long to go through this. So I'm going to give you background, history of discussions in the project, the proposed project, and then whatever discussion you would like to have at the end. You know, this was built back in 1958. It's a brick building, kind of standard armory that they were building around the country. So, you know, looks like many others of its vintage. It's a little over 18,000 square feet, rather, a first floor and a lower basement, as well as 40 parking places. It's directly across South Street from where we are this evening. So if you're not familiar with the location, that's where it is. It's on a little over 2 acres of land, and it's listed on the State Register of Historic Places, and that was done back in 1987. The town received this property in 2006. Now, at that time, it was at the end of its useful life. But they felt as though it was a property that was in a very critical location and that it was an important historical site for us. So we acquired this. The deed that came with it requires the building to be used for municipal purposes. That was amended in 2013, very limited amendment to allow a for-profit use at that location. So from the beginning, we've been looking at the capital costs that are required for this facility. You know, when we constructed the HYCC back in 2009, summer season, we ran some operations out of there, but selling beach stickers basically, but it doesn't have heat. It doesn't have HVAC in the building. It's plumbing, it's electrical. Then we're not functional. So basically, moving forward, we've been using this for dry storage. It's a nice big garage bay. The office space is minimal storage, but dry storage for us, unheated, unair conditioned. Other efforts that have gone on, and Dave Anthony could go into much more depth if you feel as though tonight is an appropriate time. We worked with the Symphony in 2008. We looked at this pirate museum when we had the state legislature modify from just municipal use to a for-profit museum use. We also put out an RFP, and Sturgis School was looking at it to move some of its school operations to that location. In every situation, the financial aspects of this never allowed it to advance through a formal agreement. They were discussions, basically. Concurrent with that, we've always been looking at it for municipal use. And I've already told you, we've been using it the whole time, right from when Rec used it that summer till now. We still store very valuable equipment in the wintertime in the building. We don't have a big facility like this anywhere. To try to build one of those would be a significant cost. So we are using it. We began the municipal in 2011. We began preliminary design of municipal use in 2014. We were looking at renovations more detailed in 2017. We were doing this in public before town councils. We received funding to begin design work and to address remediation, hazmat remediation in the facility. We received 2 appropriation orders, one of $250,000, the other of $667,000, and we proceeded with this work, and we've completed this work. We've had additional discussions where I've come up on annually or somewhere thereabout to rekindle the discussion of use of the Armory before dry storage, knowing that we need to make renovations. More recently, has been reported that the exterior envelope is not just at the end of useful life, but is reaching failure. We have leaks in the roof. The rear wall of the facility is failing, cracked. Certainly windows and some of the steel inside the window frames and in other locations, it needs to be replaced. So our exterior envelope, even to keep it as dry storage, needs to be repaired. The estimated cost is $2.9 million. Lindsay already reviewed the CPC approval that occurred back in April. This discussion isn't about the final interior. There's been speculative costs of this being total package $10 million, but certainly depending on additional discussion, we would want to update that and modify that based on where we land for the ultimate interior use if it's going to be occupied. Okay, we're going to move people in there and use it in that sense. There's also been much broader discussions. What do we need to do back there? It's all exterior work. We've got windows, doors that need to be replaced. We've got cracks in the masonry. Water's leaking through the flat roof. We've got some asbestos in the joint caulking that's on the exterior of the building, all typical of that age vintage building. What's going to be done? All that work that I've just described: exterior maintenance restoration, window and door work, window replacement, door replacement, flat roof replacement, exterior hazardous material abatement, exterior improvements. And I've given you a breakdown of how we come up to this $2.9 million so you can take a look at it. My recommendations on this, and I'm assuming because of the history that I just provided you with, that at least until tonight's discussion, the intent of the town was to keep this facility in its inventory and to proceed as appropriate. And we need to renovate the exterior envelope to proceed as appropriate at this time. So if we're going to keep the building, I request that you approve this CPC-funded effort. If we're not, I recommend that we take this under advisement, meaning if you're not going to approve this, and that we report back promptly to the council on other options, including demolition of the building. That isn't as easy as it sounds. But I think we need to look at what we're going to do with this, because we all know when the roofs start leaking and the exterior starts to crack, it's only a matter of time before it becomes a structure that we don't want in our inventory. So it's time. We need to make a decision, one way or the other. So at this point, you want to proceed, please approve this $2.9 million. I'm here to answer any questions, so is the staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion or questions on my left? Councilor Mendes?
Thank you, President Tamish. Really not a question, more of a comment. Speculative at $10 million is today. It could probably shoot up to $15 million by the time they get to the interior. It's a waste of money. The town can do a lot more with $10 million than replace a dilapidated building that has no useful life to it. I can't go to my constituents and tell them, we may be raising your taxes in a couple of years to meet expenses, but we're going to spend $10 million on this junk building. I know demolition is tough, demolition is expensive, but we're better tearing it down and using the property as open space, as a park or whatever. Something with a lower maintenance cost than what that's going to cost. Because don't forget, after, say it's $10 million, just say it's $10 million. You got to furnish it and you got to maintain it. So to me, it's a waste of money. And as far as the historical significance goes, we can put a bust of JFK in any park we build, and it's going to be a heck of a lot less than $10 million.
Thank you. Councilor Neary.
Thank you, President Tamish, and thank you, Manager Ells. I believe this came up maybe in the first or second year that we were on the council. There were some various iterations as what we were going to do with it. Ultimately, though, if I recall, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, the property isn't even sellable. I mean, based on the deed, based on the demo cost, it basically has no value. So if that's true, is we're like painted into a corner. I think at that time it was around $1 million it was going to cost, right, to fix it up, or at least we assumed, to make it kind of watertight, for lack of a better word, but costs had run away. So is that the case? Is this property will it ever have the ability to be put out to market if it's not going to be in our inventory?
We acquired it for municipal use, so I would need to take that under advisement and find out how we would do anything other than municipal use. And then we would report back to the council on what that is and how it would be done, whether it's sale, lease, demolition, other. We would come back to you with what that would entail.
Okay. Anyone else on my left? Councilman Levesque?
I would just echo Council Mendes and Council Neary. I just think this kind of could turn into a money pit real quick. Thank you.
Thank you. On my right, Councilor Schnapp.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Town Manager Ells. I want to thank the staff for all the thoughtful work that has gone so far into this project. Mr. Anthony's history, which when I read it, doesn't give me a lot of hope that without an extremely large amount of money, that this building is really going to be of great municipal use. I remember the visioning documents, and really there was a lot of wow factor. And I you know, if money was not limited, I would say go forth. But I have a concern that we have a lot of other facilities, whether our municipal buildings or our school facilities, that are going to need significant investment in the near future. And I'm not sure, where we have so much uncertainty with this building, that this is where we want to be spending any money. And I'd rather see the $3 million dedicated to demolition and revitalization of the land into some type of either green space or maybe future new building if necessary, with an obvious memorial of some sort to the historical event that took place there. So I don't feel comfortable putting another $3 million for the exterior work at this point in time. So.
Thank you. Councilor Turkelson?
Thank you, President Tamish. The fact that it's listed on the State Register of Historic Places, does that impact demolition, the right that we have to demolish that building?
Yes.
Could you expound?
No, I want to take it under advisement and give you all the details. Okay. This will be extremely complicated if we're going to do anything other than use it for municipal use, and to use it for municipal use, whether it's dry storage or whether it's an occupiable space, requires investment at this point.
Okay. Councilor Turkelson, a follow-up?
One more follow-up. If we were to do, as Councilor Mendez says, we demolish the building and use it for municipal space, say a park, because we keep hearing from people of Hyannis, so there really isn't a park. That's like a playground. I'm thinking a playground more than open space, because we have Asselton Park. You can open space there all day long, probably. Would that be considered a municipal use if we were to be cleared through historic reasons to be able to demolish the building? Would that be considered a municipal use, that we would be able to occupy that space with a park? I know you might not have the answer. I'm just thinking out loud.
It's exactly the sorts of questions that we want to be able to provide you accurate answers on. To President Damish's question to me, I don't know the answer to that, and I don't know that anybody here can absolutely answer that at this time, because we really haven't sat down, reviewed every detail, checked with the various entities that do have authority over what was, because they gave us this thing for, I think, for $1. I may be wrong, but and so I want to give you a good answer. I will point out, though, that the estimate, it may be old, but the estimate was over $1 million to demo. We are using it for dry storage, and I've seen multi-million-dollar numbers on recreating unheated dry storage areas for ourselves. So there is a value, even though it isn't the full potential of what could be there, but there is a value that we've been using that facility, but it's deteriorated. And the message just gets more critical in that we got to do something at this point. And I think Councilor Neary pointed out, it probably was $1 million at one point, but now we're at 2.9. And it'll only become more. So I'll just point that out to you, that if we lose that as a building, we will have a dearth of large dry storage space for things like very expensive marine and environmental affairs and weights and measures and other equipment that we store there during the harsher weather here. So it's kind of been a default use for it because of its condition, but relevant for us, it's been very important to have that space. So,
thank you. Councilor Lutke?
I'm going to support the other side. I'm going to support what Mark had recommended here. Remember, these are CPA funds, and CPA is used for historic preservation, and there's really a dearth of that in Hyannis. I think there is a historical significance, And Councilor Turkelson asked about the state designation. And I know I had a meeting, I think, with Mark. You remember the woman that came in that said if you actually went the other way and got some federal designation, you could unleash all sorts of funding potential with this in terms of being in environmental justice neighborhoods and things. It gets complicated, but there is an opportunity to do that. And I think, I don't think this is a huge amount of money given today's rates of building. And I think it's a modest proposal, and I like kind of the shell, kind of a Disneyland approach, that you have the outside there, and then the inside is whatever it should be. And I think, yeah, building these large storage areas or something else, I don't think we should wait. I think the CPA approved this, and it would be a wise investment to preserve the exterior. I come from a background of being an architect in my former life, and I really appreciate the mid-century design with this, the armories. You see them all over the country, and there's something kind of nice about it that we had one here, and it was used for, something quite important and something significant historically. So I would absolutely support this.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilor Bloom.
I remember the day that John Kennedy was elected president. And the very next day, there was a picture of John Kennedy coming out of the front door of the Armory. That place is an extremely historic building, in my opinion. And, if you want to put a bust of him out front, fine, but I think that it serves two purposes for dry storage and, and that front door. John Kennedy was president of the United States, and he lived here. He was assassinated, and I just think that particular president means so much to this area. He brought so much to this area in terms of tourism and money. I'd like to see it preserved, the building preserved.
Thank you. Vice President Clark.
Thank you, President Tamish, and thank you, Town Manager Ellis, for your presentation. With looming renovations expected to be done to this building at Town Hall, are there plans to utilize weather-protected or weather-ready building that is now the Armory for municipal services? No.
No, this appropriation wouldn't allow for that.
Okay.
The systems internal to the building don't function.
Okay.
It's dry storage.
Thank you. So dry storage.
So it would be an additional
storage.
Additional appropriation for internal renovations to make it usable by staff.
Understood. But is there a vision to use that for municipal services at all while this building is being renovated? If it was to be made tight to the weather? I guess I shouldn't expect you.
Well, I think that broadens the discussion to Town Hall, Armory, 200 Main Street. And if I remember correctly, the last time we discussed this was only a couple of years ago, and the discussion got tabled because there was speculation about 200 Main Street and what we should be doing there. And so, but then, again, another building that we got for very little money that was at the end of its useful life, we're not at this point of being concerned about, failure of the building at 200 Main, but we certainly have an investment there if we're going to continue to utilize it as an occupiable building. Not immediate, but in the near future. So, I think that we would want to step back and understand the cost, current cost. Wouldn't surprise me if it is higher. I think you're probably right. We see that everywhere else that we're doing work. and then figure it into, okay, we're going to do renovations here. We're going to have to relocate people. Right now, we're looking at 200 Main Street as being one of the places we would do that. If the Armory, for some reason, was available to us, we would certainly include that. But this proposal isn't for that. This is solely for the exterior envelope.
Understood.
Yep.
I guess was wondering if there was a place that the Armory could offer some relief for when there are large-scale renovations done here.
We would have to delay this project. We would have to secure the funding to do the interior renovations, get them done, make it occupiable, and then plan it into how we would then move from here to there. I suppose if money weren't a constraint, then time and money, I guess, that we could certainly look at that.
Thank you.
I don't like to speculate, though, because we have the money to do the town hall renovations. Quite honestly, we've been deferring the decision on the capital improvements to the Armory now for well over a decade, since acquisition. So it's just time to make the decision. I don't want to see this fall into disrepair and have the building commissioner or my staff, from a practical standpoint, say, we can't use that for dry storage anymore. I mean, it'll basically be a 40-car parking lot, which is nice, but that certainly isn't it's a critical location of historic importance, and whatever we do there should recognize that. It's an important location, both geographically. It's on our going walkway down to the sea, our arts and culture district, across the street from our municipal location. I mean, we really need to decide, if we're not going to keep it as a building, what we want to do there, whether it's a park or a memorial or whatever it is. So, yeah. More than happy to have those discussions too, if whatever the council decides.
If we voted this down and jumped through the hoops and we went for a demolition of the building, 14,000 square feet approximately of dry storage space would have to be replaced at some point or in some manner. Is that correct?
Less than that, because we're really looking at the garage area, I believe, but certainly Mark can help me out here if I'm wrong.
Even if it's 10,000 square feet.
Whatever that area is. Yeah, we're going to need to look at that, because we don't want to leave our equipment outside,
Right.
because then, I don't know, how much is the new boat worth? Hundreds of thousands? I mean, I know it's a boat and it's in water, but you still don't want to leave it out in the weather. So, we've been able to use that by default as dry storage.
Right.
Yeah, at some point we're going to have
So
to come in.
there would be a cost involved in that.
We will be, you know what we'll do? We'll look at what those requirements are. We'll cost it out. We'll look at our CIP. We'll put it into the process to be prioritized. And then you, at some point, will probably see it in the 5-year CIP. That's what'll happen.
All right. So, well, I don't want to go to that point, actually.
Okay.
That's my question, or the rationale.
We
is
need the
that
storage
This
space.
space would have to be replaced. If we demo this building, if we do not make this building watertight and safe, and it's not going to fall down, the rear wall's not going to collapse, et cetera. If we don't do all that and the building is condemned to knocked down, whatever, there would be a significant cost, A, to demolish it, and B, to replace that storage space at some point in time.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. We use it because it's needed.
Thank you. Councilor Penn?
Yes, thank you. I absolutely think that we need to make it weather tight. It's the responsible thing to do for the town. And we need to plan to use it for municipal use, which we're already doing, which is dry storage. And tonight we're speaking about CPC funds of 2.9 million. We're not talking about 10 million. We're not talking about interior renovations. We're talking about making it a weather-tight building for 2.9 million. I think in the meantime, we can look into other sources of funding. Councilor Ludke already mentioned that. In the meantime, we can use it for what we're using it today. Dry storage certainly has value, particularly of this size, as we have just heard from our town manager. I totally agree with Councilors Bloom and Ludke that the building alone by itself has historical value to the town. I think I've already told you I have very clear memories of being marched from, in 4th grade, from Hyannis Elementary School to the Armory to greet the president's motorcade as it was coming up South Street. My sister was in junior high at the time, and she was on the other side of the street. It's a building that is just part of the history of downtown Hyannis, and it should be restored as much as possible so that it's weather tight until we can figure out about the inside if it becomes something more than dry storage. So that's where I am on this. I think it's the responsible thing to do, and I think people would agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, Council Mendez?
Thank you. President Tamish, I think we all understand the historical significance of the building, but we're talking $2.9 million for dry storage. Wrap your head around that. $2.9 million for dry storage. It's a lot of money for dry storage. I guarantee you, this town can put up a dry storage building of 10,000 square feet for under $1 million. Dry storage, no heat, no air conditioning, no electricity, dry storage. I mean, if we had money to burn, fine, great, let's do it. But I don't think people really appreciate the economic climate and what's coming around the corner. We can't always have rose-colored glasses, and because something feels good to us, and think it's the right thing to do with the people's money. $2.9 million, $3 million for dry storage. Wrap your head around that. What are we talking about here? That's a lot of money. And as I said in every council meeting, be prepared for your tax increase because it is coming. We need to get over $1 million a year in new revenue just to stay above water. And we're talking $2.9 million for dry storage. Come on, people.
Okay, any further discussion? Councilor Lutke?
I'd just like to rebut that a little bit. We're not talking about dry storage. Dry storage happens to be the use of the building, and Town Manager Ells has said it's a very good use and it's helpful to the town, and you'd have to find the land to build this. So I'm not sure where you're going to find that. There's actually quite a deficit of open bays, contractor space, as we know from the home occupation situation. So it exists, and we're here tonight not to talk about dry storage, but historic preservation. And again, these are CPA funds that our residents voted in. It's a 3% surcharge, and this is a very valid use, historical preservation. So there's two sides to this, and I think we have to focus on what's being presented. It's the CPA program. This isn't other money, and it's a valid use. We're about to give $2.5 million of this same CPA money later in the agenda to the Affordable Housing Trust. This is 2.9 to preserve a historic structure.
Thank you. Councilor Crowe?
We move the question.
Okay. It's been a motion made to move the question. It's not debatable. So, Madam Clerk? There's a second? Was there a second? I'm sorry. Was there a second to move the question?
Second.
Second? Okay. All right. If we could, just a 1 second while I get a ruling. Can we move the question, I was negligent in not asking for public comment for the public hearing. We kind of went from a discussion of the rationale right into questioning of Mr. Ells.
This has to be a public hearing.
Correct.
I would ask that you withdraw moving the question until we can.
Till I, if you would, John, please.
I withdraw the motion to vote. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, having said that.
The second is withdrawn.
The second withdrawn? What? Excuse me. Well, we're in the process of something. So who seconded that?
I did.
Okay, you would withdraw in the second? Okay. All right, so at this point, I would like to open the public hearing, see if there's anyone from the public that would like to be heard on this item. And I apologize, I skipped that step. Mr. Richmond?
Still quick. Do I sign in again?
No.
Okay. One of the points that I think Mr. Ells made about the building was it's $1 million to demolish it, which I believe is because of asbestos, and you're into tenting the building. So I think the cost of demolition should be considered against the cost of using it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for that point. Anyone else for public for a comment on this item? Lynn, is there anyone in line for a comment? All right, seeing none, I will close the public hearing, and now I will recognize Councilor Penn. You have an additional comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, you know, the $3 million, it's 2.9 that we're talking about, but it's just, it comes down to if there's 50,000 people, residents of Barnstable, comes down to like $60 per person to put it in perspective. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Neary, additional comment?
Thank you, and I apologize to belabor this. Maybe Mr. Mariacho could answer this. And maybe this falls back under the heading of historic. When we're talking about securing the envelope, and please, believe me, I know this has to be done. It's like one of those gifts you get, the gift that keeps on giving in terms of a huge expense that just carries on, and we've discussed this before. We had mock-ups, I think, less than a year ago. I think we had mock-ups of a possible interior setup on this, which actually were quite nice. When we talk about making a building weather-tight and basically recreating what is the original design of the building, my question would be, do we have to recreate exactly the way the building looked? I mean, can we just make this thing weather-tight? Or do we need to refabricate, repurchase, the exact type windows, those type of things? Is there a method that we could possibly cut some of the expense out of it and make it weather-tight? Because I understand the need for either A, the use it's being used for now, but B, to prevent the building to follow into greater disrepair, which was already in disrepair 6 years ago. So is there any option in that, or is that something, again, that we have to pause and get an answer whether it can be done based on its historical look and setup?
Mark Marinaccio, Town Architect, DPW. To answer your question, historic preservation can also be adaptive reuse. So there is some ability, like we're not going to put back single pane metal windows. We're going to be energy efficient, but they're going to be similar and they're going to look as they do now, but it'll be a new window. Masonry, we're going to cut and point the masonry, but there will be some brick that has to be replaced as part of that restoration. So there is some things in the design that you can do that may be less expensive than what the original was, and there may be some things that you're doing that may be more expensive than what the original was. Does that answer your question?
It does. And as a follow-up, if I may, Mr. President, depending on how this iteration goes, whether it gets voted on affirmatively or not, the current look may not be the look for the eventual intended use. So that's kind of where my head's going on this, on replacing exactly the way the windows look now, and those type of features. Does it need all those windows? Is that helping? Am I helping you with this?
Right, I mean, the building is in the Hyannis Water District, Historic District, so there'll be a review by them as part of that process of getting a permit and going through, the approval process. So, historic preservation, you wanted to represent the building as close as possible. If we had a plan for what would happen inside and was adaptive reuse, there may be some things that would change. We've taken, 17 years, we've been developing different concepts for different things in the building, and, I believe that what we represent currently will be usable for whatever you plan to use it for. That's the best I can answer without knowing.
Tough decisions.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. This is a majority vote of the full council.
President Tamish, I just want to mention that you did have you did open the hearing on this item in the very beginning.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Councilors, Mendez,
No.
Neary,
Yes.
Henn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
No.
Starr,
No.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
No.
Levesque,
No.
Ludke.
Yes.
Eight to 4, it passes.
The motion does pass. Thank you.
That's 12 people.
8-5?
8 to 5.
I'm sorry. Corrected on that. That'd be an 8-5 vote. The motion does pass. Moving on to 2025-198. Councilor Mendez, could you do 2025-198, please? No. Page 7 and 8, I believe.
What was the number?
Page
198, page 7 and 8.
This is old business item number 2025-198. Appropriation and transfer order in the amount of $2,500,000 in Community Preservation Act funds to increase the number and availability of community housing units in the town of Barnstable. Public hearing, roll call, majority vote of the full council.
Okay. Moved and seconded. At this point, I will open the public hearing if there is no objection. And the rationale is, Mr. Counsel.
Thank you, Council President Tamish, Lindsay Council, Chair of the Community Preservation Committee. At the June 2nd, 2025 Community Preservation Committee meeting, the 7 members present voted unanimously to recommend to the Town Council, through the Town Manager, the Affordable Housing Growth and Development Trust Board's request for $2,500,000 in Community Preservation Act funds to be transferred to and administered by the trust to continue to utilize the trust's unique statutory flexibility to create, acquire, preserve, and support community housing. We have Planning Director Jim Kupfer to give you more details.
Mr. Kupfer.
Good evening, everybody. Jim Kupfer, Director of Planning and Development. Really here to answer any questions you may have, but the CPA funds through the CPC is the primary funding tool for the Affordable Housing Trust. The Affordable Housing Trust has both pre-development and development funds, and really it acts as more or less a buy-down program for the development funds. If you have 10% affordable housing, as our ordinance requires, this is an opportunity for the town to provide a subsidy in order to up the percentage of affordables. And we've had a number of property owners come forward and seek that. And we also saw that recently at the Zoning Board of Appeals at a recent development and a negotiation of increasing more affordability has been somewhat of a priority of the town as of late. So again, here to answer any questions. This is the request from the Affordable Housing Trust for $2.5 million.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, is there anyone online, Lynn? Seeing no one at this point, I will close the public hearing. Any discussion from the council? On my right, Councilor Lutke.
Yes, I'm completely in support of this for the exact same reasons I was in support of our last item. This is a perfect use for CPA funds. It's one of the three prongs of this program going to housing. Jim, you mentioned something I wanted to mention again as the liaison to the Zoning Board of Appeals. At the last meeting where the New England development, also known as the Wilkins Project, a rather unique offer came into play. And this fund would be very useful in working that. And Lindsay mentioned the word creative and unique. He has basically ceded his authority to the Housing Trust because they have the expertise. He could do this himself, but he doesn't. And so this is, I think, wonderful, and it ought to be supported, and it's a fair amount. And I'd say let's move it over there.
Thank you. Any further comment on my right? Vice President Clark.
Thank you, President Tamish, and thank you very much, Mr. Kupfer, for your presentation. Do you have an idea of when was the last time that this infusion of $2,500,000 was requested from CPC?
Mr. Council mentioned about a year and a half. I believe it was in that range, a year and a half, 2 years ago was the last request. As mentioned in the rationale, there is a balance still remaining. However, as Councilor Lutke mentioned, a recent project has come forward, likely going to take up much of that balance, if not all of it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion on my left? Seeing none, I guess we will go to a vote. Madam Clerk.
Councilors: Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez.
Yes.
13 yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, who did, Jeff did that one, okay. John, could you do, Councilor Crowe, rather, could you do 2025-202, please?
Certainly, President Tamish. This is an item of old business. It's open to a public hearing and majority vote. It's item number 2025-202. Resolve approving and adopting the Town of Barnstable 2025 Local Comprehensive Plan dated June 9th, 2025.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. At this point, I will open the public hearing, and I would recognize Mr. Kupfer, I believe, or...
All right. Good evening, everybody. Jim Kupfer, Director of Planning and Development. Tonight, I am here to present to you the local comprehensive plan for 2025. Honestly, it's a little cheesy. I'm a little nervous. I'm actually very excited about this. I'm very proud of the work that this group here and many others have done over the last 3 years. Our staff has done over the last 3 years, and our community has done, as well as the council, during this process to build what I think is a very robust plan that's from the bottom up, from our residents to our council, saying this is the priorities, this is what we see is the future of Barnstable. Before I get going, I do want to thank you all, you as the councilors. You've been on the ride the whole way, showing up at meetings, providing legitimacy to the process. The public, a lot of times had a lot of legitimate questions about how this will be used. And with counselors there standing up, supporting staff, supporting the committee, and saying we're here, we're listening, we're excited to see what the final plan is as well, again, provides that legitimacy. So we couldn't have created this document without all of you, so thank you so much for being that support anchor along the way. I'm going to go through this agenda or this presentation rather quickly. Many of you could probably recite much of this presentation back to me, so I will try and go rather quick. First, want to review the process that was undertaken over this last 3 years and the community engagement that was conducted. An overview of the plan itself, the targeted action plan, and how we intend to implement this plan. So the process, this right there is your local comprehensive plan. Right on barnstablelcp.com, we have a lot of interactive ways for you to dive into the draft plan. And we'll get into a little bit more details about how we're creating mechanisms to make it more succinct and digestible for the public. But first, what is the local comprehensive plan? Local comprehensive plan defines a long-term vision for the community by anticipating and guiding the rate of new development and coordinating it with capital facilities. So rate of new development or preservation and its infrastructure. Comprehensive plan defines its unique values and we seek to protect and encourage its balanced economic growth. And we should have underlined balance because I really think that's truly what this plan is defined as. I think along the way, we've had thousands of public comments, and the committee strived to seek a balance of all the extremes that you all hear every single meeting, and work on a compromise and a way that we can benefit our community with a balanced plan. So why is this important? Well, it's really focused on furthering the mission for the town of Barnstable. Our mission is to protect the town of Barnstable's quality of life, unique character, engage our citizens, and enact policies that respond and anticipate to the needs of our community. And I highlighted this at each meeting to our public to recognize that this is just one way in which we engage our citizens, one way for our citizens to participate in our local government and provide a plan for our future. So what does it consist of? It consists of many different chapters. And this document, yes, it is outlined in the Cape Cod Commission Act as how a local comprehensive plan is to be developed, the overarching chapters. It very much mimics Mass General Law, where the rest of the Commonwealth develops master plans. I've developed master plans in my past. Here, the County of Barnstable, we like to be unique. We have local comprehensive plans within our Cape Cod Commission Act. And so the overall structure is from the Act. The rest, I would say, is from us, all of us residents and business owners alike that participated. So we started 3 years ago with an existing conditions report. That existing conditions report, we developed, we brought in a consulting firm to dive into the details, the data, and we also met with various stakeholders that participated in really implementing a lot of the data. So we brought in, our MEA, our police, our fire, et cetera, and we sat down with them and understood what are some of the existing conditions that you guys see out there on a day-to-day. And we start building out that existing conditions report with data and real-world experience. Beyond the existing conditions report, we developed out a vision statement. This vision statement is meant to be the overarching statement that helps guide the rest of the plan and document. So we built out the existing conditions, the data, and then we started listening to our public about what the vision is for our community. And we went through about a year's time, crisscrossing through the community to develop out a one-page vision that's in the plan. I believe it's page 11 in the report that you'll see. And that is really the voice. So we have the data, and we have the individuals providing priorities to develop out kind of the overarching vision. So beyond that, we then dive into the different chapters. So we have 7 different chapters: land use, housing, natural resources, infrastructure, facilities, economic development, cultural heritage, and design. And each of those chapters we started with expert presentations. We looked back at the public comment. We looked back at the data, and we developed out each chapter to say, what are some of the, what are our strengths and weaknesses, and what are our opportunities moving forward. Each one of those chapters had goals and actions associated with them. And ultimately, those goals and actions built out our implementation plan, our action plan, as well as our future land use map. So, and I'll get into more about what that future land use map looks like momentarily. So, going back, we started looking at our data, and then we started listening to the people. In 2022, we kicked it off in Cotuit at Freedom Hall, a full house, a lot of interested individuals, eager to understand what the local comprehensive plan is in the process. And we continued it on from there. We began to get momentum in October, go into different village associations, open streets, youth soccer, coffee with members, Halloween on Main Street. Kate is great at giving a piece of candy if you take a flyer. So it's worked out really well at trying to engage a lot of folks. November, we continued it on, going to all the different villages more. In November, December, into the holidays, trying to find all the events happening and trying to get there and meet and greet as many people as possible, tell them what the local comprehensive plan is and how they can be a part of it. We also had comment walls posted at the Barnstable High School, the youth center, the BACC, I believe. We had a townwide survey. The townwide survey, you got a postcard in the mail, so every mailbox got a postcard that said, please participate. You could also go to the libraries and participate. We had it on the website, social media, et cetera. And we continued that on into January and into February, March, where we had what we called a Bring It Together workshop. And that ultimately convened just the vision. So now we have our data. We have about a year's worth of crisscrossing the community, trying to meet as many people as possible so we can develop out what that vision looks like. And then from March 2023 to April 2024, the committee sat down and really got into the weeds. Actually, one of our counselors, who was the chair at the time, worked through page by page on the existing conditions report to make sure that we got that right. And then we built out each one of the chapters, and we had workshops right here in this room, I believe 2 times a month, for each of the chapters to understand what those goals are and what the actions are. And once we did that, we went back out to the community. We said, are we hearing you right? Is this going to be an accurate portrayal of what was said to date? We began to, again, engage as many people as possible, handouts distributed. We had a census mailer that went out to everyone to just remind everyone that this is still ongoing. I know it's been 2 years. We heard from you a year ago. We want to hear from you again to make sure we're hearing you right. We completed those chapters, and we came back in April and May, again, going to different villages, ultimately finalizing the final outreach on May 8th at the Barnstable High School Performing Arts Center. The LCPC, these members here, as well as many others, have been sitting through me saying this stuff over and over again since June of 2022. So it's been a long time of hard work and working through a lot of logistics, a lot of public comment that you all hear as well. And they stuck through it and got through a lot of good work. We had 14 community outreach opportunities and stakeholder meetings. We had 16 community meetings, 12 civic associations, over 2,000 public comments received. We tried to do as many creative outreach opportunities as possible, and most all of our items were translated as well. So, all of that boiled into the plan you have before you tonight. And I'll just quickly go through the contents of it, the executive summary. The executive summary basically spells out the structure of the plan. Our future land use map. We ended up actually for about 2 months going back and forth, making sure that we were getting it right. It by and large kind of stayed with the program that we've developed out over the past 10 years. Our growth incentive zone, our regional commercial centers. We have our historic main streets that in past have been identified as activity centers. We've reframed that, and we like to now refer to them as historic preservation areas in our main streets. So that's our left side. And then our right side are actually further study areas. So we've looked at it. We said there's a number of items that we need to really zoom in on. And those are the next steps. Those are the neighborhood master plans almost. And one of which always rose to the top was Independence Park. Throughout all of our conversations, what's the future of Independence Park? It historically was an industrial park. Over time, we've allowed for different uses, and those different uses that we've allowed has taken over in terms of, say, multifamily housing. And so is that the future, or should we be looking at a different direction? And so that's an action item that you'll see in the plan for next steps, as well as over near the community college, 132, and the West End area as a neighborhood study area as well. We have targeted action plan in there. So this is kind of the meat of the plan. This is how we will now implement the plan. We looked at the data, we looked at the content or the comments from individuals. We developed out our goals. Now we have these action strategies, and this action plan brings all those actions together and develops essentially a roadmap for how we intend to implement this plan. So a couple examples: reflect on the future land use map and coordinate future study for the areas identified on the map, just as I had mentioned. And those are the 4 different areas that I had highlighted. Independence Park obviously rose to the top in each of our conversations, as well as the other 3. Another targeted action plan goal: to preserve open lands, agricultural lands, and cultural and historic scenic landscapes, explore locations for increased lot size requirements in areas with insufficient infrastructure. Now, this is where I say balance really comes in, because that was a conversation we had about, if there's not proper infrastructure, maybe we should explore expanding lot size. But then we talked about conducting analysis of parcels in the RPOD, so the Resource Protection Overlay District that requires 2 acres, and overlay that with natural, historic, and scenic resources to help identify where it should be expanded, and conduct an analysis of parcels in areas of sufficient infrastructure, and consider amending the RPOD for development potential. So that's the balance that I offer in this plan is, areas where maybe it's appropriate for larger acreage, and here's why: the natural or scenic resources, et cetera. But let's not put a broad brush blanket over the entirety. Let's look at it very strategically. And maybe there's areas where sufficient infrastructure wouldn't harm our water quality. That was one of the top items that we wanted to make sure we were protecting in our vision and our comments. And maybe there's an opportunity for adjustments there. Now, implementation. So you have your data, you have your community outreach, you've talked to the experts, we've developed out our goals, we've developed out our actions. Now, how do we take this from just a document that's going to sit on our shelf to actually being implemented over time, over the next 10 years? And we kind of developed out this kind of circular process to help kind of explain how we envision this being implemented. And it really all starts with you all as our leaders and your strategic plan. Now, this comes at a good time, as I know you are working on potentially updating your strategic plan. This might, the first couple areas might switch for the first few months, but the local comprehensive plan is meant as a guiding document for you all and for others as you're developing out your land use priorities. And so while you're looking at your strategic plan perhaps and you're diving into specific economic development, housing, or other land use matters, you could be looking at this document and saying, you know, this was drafted by over 2,000 individual comments of our residents. Let's look at some of the priorities there. Maybe some of these should rise to the top and be adopted in our strategic plan. And that will help guide our process each year as we're looking at different planning initiatives and design projects. So start with the town strategic plan. You look at our action priorities in our local comprehensive plan. You define within those action strategies specific projects that may be able to be pulled from those actions. You look for funding sources, whether that be capital improvement plan or grant funding, et cetera, and we implement that plan. Each year, the intention is for our typical land use board is the planning board. So we look to the planning board perhaps to report back to the council as to how we are implementing the plan each year. Very similar to our annual report, but we could add a section about how we're implementing the local comprehensive plan. And potentially, if the council wishes, the planning board and staff could present those findings back to the council each year if you so chose. Now, we have the plan, we have our thoughts about how we implement, and now we're switching gears about how we can get it out to the public. So we have our plan. It's on barnstablelcp.com. We can also print out copies if you like, but they're pretty weighty. And so barnstablelcp.com, great widget there. You can click on it, it opens it right up for you. We're also we are developing out. We're waiting for it to be formally adopted, but we are developing out a story map, a more interactive map for the general public to be able to participate in the plan, kind of look at the different highlights of the different chapters, different actions, different goals, more digestible. So we're creating a story map. We're also creating a summary document. The summary document basically takes the meat out of the plan and kind of points back to, hey, if you're really into the data behind it or the expert presentations, et cetera, here's the full document. But our summary document is executive summary, community vision statement, chapter facts, future land use maps, target action plan, and plan implementation. We did have some suggested edits since this has been on the agenda for a little bit of time. Thank you to councilors for offering those edits. I did talk to the chair and vice chair. We did switch out a photo. There was two pictures of Pleasant Street. We've switched that out with the Cape Cod Fives headquarters, and we also updated the multifamily housing report, as you'll find in one of the early tables, to more updated report. Next step from here, if the council so chose to adopt, we would be moving forward to the Cape Cod Commission to present the local comprehensive plan for their certification. I will say this is an excellent time to do this. They are currently updating their regional policy plan, and I think they could learn quite a bit from this group and how to engage the public and create a robust planning document that really is built from the bottom up. So now would be an excellent time to be able to bring this document to them. And with that, I just want to thank you all for giving me the time to go through that. I know it's a lot, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. At this point, if there's no objection, I would open the public hearing. Is there anyone from the public who would like to be heard on this article? Seeing no one, is there anyone online? No? All right. At this point, I will close the public hearing. Yeah, we can have him. Jim, did Councilor Clark brought up a good point. Did you want to have anyone from the committee come up at all? But, you know, the amount of work that and the time that went into this is staggering when you start looking at it, and they're to be commended.
Thank you, Wendy Northcross, Precinct 11 Committee Chair, because one of you got elected to Town Council. So want to acknowledge past members of the committee, but certainly wanted to thank the people that put in hours and hours. We even accelerated our meeting schedule so we could get done in 3 years instead of longer. So with us tonight, Amanda Converse, Lindsay Council, who is our co-chair, Mark Hansen, Megan Mort, myself, Francis Parks, Cheryl Powell, Avery Revere, who is here tonight, Sue Rohrbach, who is here tonight, Robert Twist, who is here tonight, Jennifer Williams, Alyssa Chase, Katya Dacuna, who is here tonight, Asia Graves. I might mention that Megan and Asia both dialed in earlier in the evening, but I just want to emphasize the fact that we worked really hard to get beyond our own little information bubbles. We really, really spent a lot of time out in the community, so much so that the committee was getting very frustrated. When can we talk? You know, we said, no, we got to intake all the information that we can and truly represent our committee. And I'll just close with saying this. I think this is what I personally heard in this entire process. Your community wants homes for all generations and housing for all wage type earners. They want safe streets and sidewalks with lighting to find their way. They want a variety of employment and options for travel to and from work. They overwhelmingly want ways and places to gather and to commune. They want freedom from crime and polluted water. They want to preserve and protect their communities. They want open space and historic preservation. They want recreation for youth and adults, beaches, playgrounds, ball fields, parks, I guess tennis courts.
Pickleball.
Pickleball. They want transparency and trust in their government, and they are ready and willing to volunteer to help make this the best Barnstable it can be. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you once again. Council discussion, am I right? Anyone? Councilor? By the way, I was remiss in not welcoming Councilor Starr back.
I'm still here at the moment. Okay. Okay. I just want to reiterate what Wendy said and thank everybody in the committee for all your hours and hours of time. So thank you very much and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilor Schnepp, did you?
Thank you, Mr. President. And I, too, would like to just thank all of you and all those in the community that participated. Shout out to Councilor Penn, who actually was on the original committee and chair for her work. It took a lot of dedication because, you know, the attempt and ability to really connect with the public took a lot of time, you know, because not everybody's like dialed into this as something that's important. So thank you for your dedication. I think it's a great document and I will definitely support it and hope that it does serve as a guidance for us for the next several years. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilor Lutke?
Yeah, I will echo the accolades. I went to a lot of the meetings, so I watched the deliberations, watched the transfer, the peaceful and very smooth transfer of power from one chair to the next. It was nicely done. Congratulations on that. Great discussions, so that was good. With that said, I do have 3 amendments. I don't know if Jim can pull them up or we want to hear from other people before I formally...
prefer to wait till we go for a vote.
Yeah, no,
and
so
when
that
we
will
go to the
be...
vote, we will...
I just do have 3 things, and thank you so much for the Independence Park piece. Again, that came up a lot during the discussion of the new apartment, the Wilkins, and I think it is critical to look at that. And again, I mentioned earlier in the meeting about home occupations and, you know, what that place perhaps could be to the town to offer some people some business opportunities. So really good work, absolutely outstanding.
Councilor Bloom.
It took me a while to get through this, but boy, is there a lot of knowledge in here. there's a lot of facts, really great facts that most people may not be aware of. I think this should be printed and given out to everybody who lives in the town of Barnstable because of all those interesting facts that you put in here. I have two small amendments that I'd like to discuss later.
Okay. You all set? Councilor Penn, did you have a comment? You all set now? Okay.
I took my hand down because I just want to say I love comprehensive plans. I think they're as important as budget plans, if not more. I was concerned that some of the stats in the copy that I received were a little out of date, but I noticed that Mr. Kupfer said that they updated the multifamily stuff. I assume that's the page 64 thing that listed Quaterra there, et cetera. So I'm glad they did that. I did hear from public comment tonight that somebody was concerned about the data in there about PFAS. So if you're going to be updating stuff, maybe look into that. But still, I think, personally, when I ever found out that the council had a strategic plan of its own, I was shocked because I didn't understand why they wouldn't just use the LCP as their plan, to be honest with you. So I think it's that important that it could serve as a strategic plan for the council. So thank you for updating the info and for getting it done and for sticking with it. And I'm sure we'll benefit greatly from it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comment on my left? Councilor Vec?
Just want to say thank you. Thanks for all your efforts. It's a long process. I was there in the beginning and kind of set it into place. So, and I enjoyed watching and observing all your efforts. And again, just thank you for your time and effort in putting all your resources and knowledge to that. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment on my left? Seeing none, Council Lutke, you have some amendments. Council Boom, you have some? Council Lutke, why don't you go first?
Okay. I have one that it just changes 2 words to 1 word on page 26, having to do with our embayments. I don't know if you can pull up page 26 maybe so folks could see it, Jim, or?
I don't believe, I mean, we can, if you want to go to Barnstable.
I don't know if people care enough or.
No. Why don't you just describe the change, Council
Okay.
Lutke?
I'm going to page 26 here. Okay, it has to do with what is a TMDL? And on page 26, it has this sentence here, and I just want to change 2 words to 1 word. It says, okay, it talks about what a TMDL is. These critical nitrogen loading rates should not be exceeded. The next sentence is the one I want to change. Where they may be exceeded, the town is developing management strategies to reduce the nitrogen load on the embayment. I want to put in, because these are existing conditions, and it's the reason why we're focusing so much on our comprehensive waste management program. I want to say, instead of where they may be exceeded, where they are exceeded, because we all know that they are exceeded. Perhaps not all of them, but if people would accept that, instead of saying a theoretical where they may be exceeded, where they are exceeded.
Okay, where this is a draft, do we need a formal amendment, or can it be a friendly amendment?
I guess it's a question whether the council amends the plan or whether they send it back to the committee. Can we take like 2 seconds while we check?
Sure. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Well, I think it's important.
Take a break, I should leave.
Thank you. Okay, Director Kupfer and the town attorney have conferred, and I will let Director Kupfer give you an update on.
Yeah, so thank you. So in speaking with town attorney as well as our chair of the local comprehensive plan, we respectfully requesting that any changes, we will take them under advisement. And again, as we were talking about in the implementation stages, this is going to be hopefully going to be a fluid document where we're continuing to look at, update over time, hosting on the barnstablelcp.com website. So, other updates we certainly can take in and consider. The reason I suggest that is, some of these or many of these are very fact-based, and we're going to need to verify some of these with experts. And so I would respectfully request that the council consider the plan as drafted, and we'll certainly take in any additional amendments that you would like for us to further review and bounce off or have approved through the standing committee.
Okay. Just for my clarification, are you suggesting that we vote it as the draft, or you will come back to us with an amended draft?
My request is either the council consider the draft as written, or if there are significant substantive changes that the council wishes for the committee to consider, we would take them under advisement and come back at a later date.
Okay. Councilor Lutke, would you consider your amendments as proposed substantive? Is this something we should put off until your amendments can be?
Well, from
should
what
we move
Director Kupfer said, you would look at these and then come back to us? And you said it's, and what I like, and I didn't mention that in your comment earlier, I liked your kind of continuous improvement aspect of this, where you're going to be reporting. You said, how are we implementing? You're going to be doing that. Would you take these and then come back to us and see if they can be inserted? Is that what I'm understanding here? You will take these and you see this as a continuous process?
Yeah, so it could be one of two ways. So if the council felt strongly that they have to be in the draft now, right away, we would step back, look at the document, take in any other amendments, bring it to the committee, update the plan, come back to you for adoption. If the council is interested, and I believe Councilor Penn actually offered some additional comments as well, that we would take under consideration, if we move forward tonight with adopting the plan, having it certified through the commission, now we have the standing adopted plan, and now we can work annually to update. And if you have updates that you want us to consider, or if there's data points that we need to highlight, this is all part of the story map and executive summary and data sheets that we can continually update hopefully over the course of the next 10 years. So each annual update we can provide.
So it sounds like this wouldn't be looked at for another year.
It could be sooner if the council, or if it was something substantive that we need to look at sooner, certainly. But again, it's ultimately up to the council. If the council wants to move forward with the plan tonight, happy to take that vote and take in additional comments that want to be updated over time. If the council felt strongly that comments need to be updated tonight, then we would need to take those under advisement and pull back the document.
Councilor Lutke, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what Charlie thinks. He had some amendments, and I'm not sure what Councilor Penn has. I'm a little concerned when you say a year, because I think that's going to happen. If you say a year, it's going to be a year.
Yeah, well, I would say, this is a public process. So, this is the committee had worked hard for 3 years. We're going to take in those amendments and take them seriously. We're going to vet it. We're going to bounce it off different stakeholders. We'll probably convene, comment, ask for public comment, et cetera. So, I mean, we take all these different amendments very seriously.
Okay. My concern is, if I could, my concern is that we have a committee that has put an extraordinary amount of time in, And without them vetting the amendments, I think it's disrespectful to the committee that has put the time and effort into it for us to amend it without getting input from them. So I would like to pass it tonight, have the amendments sent via Director Kupfer to the committee for evaluation and possible amendment.
Yeah, I think I'm very happy with that. As I say, I take him at his word that this will be a continuous improvement process. I've spoken about that in other meetings we've had. I really like that approach where things are not set in stone. You adapt and you move forward. So I would be okay with that. I don't know if Charlie and Felicia would agree with that.
Councilor Boone?
I'm fine with that.
Thank you. Councilor Penn, did you have any comment?
No, I think that's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Vice
very
President
much.
Clark?
Thank you very much, President Tamish. Question is, if this is going to be a continually modified project, does the LCP committee stay in the wings? Do they stay already appointed? Sorry about that.
So
We can.
So that ultimately would be a discussion with leadership about how you wish to proceed with this. I mean, the local comprehensive plan has developed that plan. That was the intent of the committee. The implementation strategy is kind of handing it off to our land use board, the planning board, to implement and continue on. Doesn't have to be, though. That's what we have offered. But certainly, we can discuss with leadership about how we want to trade off or move that forward. Right now, they are here celebrating, I think. But yes, we can certainly have a conversation about that role.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Crowe?
Just a quick question. How would those amendments be discussed with the council? That's what I'm asking. We haven't heard what they are, which is fine, but then we'll get a new document with those amendments in it without having approved those amendments through the council.
No, if the plan's amended, it would come back to us. I mean, if they're going to suggest amendments, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong.
I mean, to be fair, these are going to be comments coming from you all. So they'll be coming from you all to us, back to you. So any amendment to the document, this is your document to approve.
Okay, so tonight I'm with Craig. We should vote on this, and any amendments will be brought back up to a vote on each particular one.
Correct.
Okay,
Any further discussion on my left? Seeing none.
Can I make one
Oh,
comment?
I'm sorry, Councilor Starr?
I would give the planning department the power to make edits and any kind of changes that aren't substantive. It sounds like some of these are just wordsmithing. And I think the staff has been involved all the way from the beginning. And I think maybe the committee would be comfortable with them taking the reins at this point, and they can all retire. So I would pass it and let them. It's a living document. Let them update it as they feel necessary. If there's some substantive change that Mr. Kupfer feels maybe he needs to bring back to the council, he can do that. But I wouldn't bring little things back. Thank you.
I agree with you if it's wordsmithing, but any material changes or whatever should come back to the council, I think. All right? Okay. Are we ready for a vote then? Okay, Madam Clerk?
Councilors, Neary,
Yes, and thank you.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr, excuse
Yes.
me, Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson. Yes. Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez,
Yes.
13 yes.
Thank you.
Once again, thank you to Director Kupfer, his staff, and particularly to the committee for slogging through this. Thank you. Okay. My apologies to the Holistic Health Group. when I was trying to get people out, I didn't realize you were all here. So with the indulgence of the council, I'd like to bring forward 2026-020. And Vice President Clark, if you could read that in, please.
Thank you, President Tamish. This is agenda item 2026-020. It's old business, may be acted upon with a majority vote. This is authorization for the town manager to execute a host community agreement with Holistic Health Group Incorporated, a medical marijuana treatment center.
Second. Okay, moved and seconded. And let's see, this is a majority vote of the council. I recognize Jim Kupfer for the rationale.
Good evening, all. Jim Kupfer, Director of Planning and Development. Before you this evening is a host community agreement for Holistic Health Group. This is a medical marijuana treatment center, and this is a required agreement through the Cannabis Control Commission. So under Section 240-30 of the Town Code, which establishes the town's medical marijuana overlay district, allows medical marijuana treatment centers such as this by special permit within the town of Barnstable. Town has received a request by Holistic Health Group to open a medical marijuana treatment center at 120 Airport Road in Hyannis within the overlay district. In order for Holistic Health Group and any other medical treatment center to obtain a state license through the Cannabis Control Commission, they must first either negotiate or execute a host community agreement with the municipality in which it plans to operate under or obtain a waiver under Mass General Law. The attached host community agreement is substantially in form of the Cannabis Control Commission's standard form agreement after review by our legal team, which has adopted and utilized by many other municipalities to further simplify the licensing process and ensure acceptance by the Cannabis Control Commission. It identifies the marijuana treatment center's operation, location authorized by the municipality. The HCA requires the marijuana treatment center operator to comply with all Cannabis Control Commission regulations and state law relative to medical treatment centers, as well as town zoning and general ordinances. Under the HCA, the town reserves the right to charge the MTC, the Medical Treatment Center, Marijuana Treatment Center, a community impact fee for costs incurred by the town if the costs are documented and reasonably related to the marijuana treatment center and its operations. The host community agreement, in accordance with the Cannabis Control Commission regulations, specifies the steps required to collect such fees. If the town waives the HCA, it also waives its right to collect these fees. Once executed, the HCA must be sent to the Cannabis Control Commission for its review and approval. Neither Mass General Law specifies which municipal body or official has authority to execute this HCA. Therefore, the manager is seeking authorization from the town council to execute this HCA. And happy to answer any questions, and the applicant is also here to answer any questions.
Thank you. One question, Jim. The community fees, I know, have been a source of controversy, and in fact, some cities and towns have been ordered to repay some of the exorbitant fees that were charged. This, I believe, had 3% fee. Is that's agreeable to the applicant? Is that that's been negotiated?
Well, so it's specified that there was 3% if there are true costs incurred by the entity. So there would need to be documentation, and we would then be addressing those with the applicant and specifying those incidences and the costs that were incurred by them.
Okay. And do we receive any other fees or percentage of sales like we on the recreational one? Or
don't know. No, I don't believe so. I'm not certain. Do we receive any additional percentage for sales above them?
No, I don't. It's a community impact fee shall not exceed 3% of the gross sales.
Right.
Okay.
But not over and above the 3%.
Yeah. I know there'd been a discussion on the recreational marijuana, I believe, Councilor Mendez, that the town receives some kind of fees. Is that's
Right,
different with this?
Be a tax.
Okay. Okay. Councilor Mendez, you want to?
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
have a question. So how is this going to impact if we pass recreational? how is this medical going to impact the distribution of licenses to recreational?
It's a separate license, so
So if we have a medical in Hyannis and somebody else, say we give out a license, 3 licenses.
Yep.
One here, one Centerville, and one Cotuit, just for the sake of argument. Tam's is going to open this place up. That would not impact the one license in Hyannis. So the medical could automatically switch over to recreational and absorb that license.
My understanding is they would need to apply for a recreational license as well.
Okay.
Sorry, Councilor Vivek.
Thank you, President Tamish. Just to follow up a little bit on Council Mendy's question there, but the medical district, if we adopt recreational, automatically becomes recreational, correct?
It automatically allows for recreation if you further that
adopt it,
use to
right.
expand to recreational.
And
yes.
other parts of town, that medical zone becomes a recreational zone as well.
I mean, ultimately, it's going to be determined by the final ordinance that's presented to you and adopted. I mean, It doesn't necessarily have to be the medical overlay district.
Right.
It could be elsewhere.
Again, all I'm concerned is that we have a fair process with the recreational, being the fact that we have a limited amount of licenses, and that there really should be, we shouldn't just, if there's an allowable use, once we move that, and it's almost like cutting the line, so to speak, you know what I mean? That we want to make sure, because quite honestly, maybe that's not the best use for recreational, and it's okay for medical because it's been designated that. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. I think it's important for the public that we have, especially with the social justice aspect now being passed by the state and all that. Again, I just want to be sensitive to that. So it's clear that that's not an automatic, that they would be able to get a recreational there. They'd have to come back to us.
Right, and ultimately, it's the ordinance that you do pass. So again, if you chose not to have recreational allowed within the medical overlay district, wouldn't even allow for this entity to apply within that overlay district. They could potentially apply elsewhere, I guess, in the new overlay district.
That's fine, yeah, absolutely. Okay, very good, thank you for that. And thanks to Councilor Mendes for asking that question.
Any further discussion on my left? My right? Councilor Lutke?
Yes, I know we're given the authority to Mark Ellis to do this negotiation, but I would hope that he would charge 0 for the community impact fee. Picking up on what I've read a lot about this, and I think, again, because this is medical, it's like a pharmacy. I don't think we should charge anything. We're getting, taxes and other things, and we are getting the services of a medical, but...
If I might, Karen Ober, Town Attorney. So the agreement authorizes the town to charge up to the 3%. It doesn't require us to. It just gives us that option. And if we are charging, we are charging for the actual costs, right? Yep. It's for documented costs incurred by the town. So we have to actually connect it to something.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I'm just hoping we don't default to the 3. I think as close to 0 as possible, that I will rephrase that, as close to 0 as possible, I think is justified for the medical marijuana.
Any further discussion on my right? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilors Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr. Okay.
I'm sorry, Councilor
Tamish.
Starr has left the
Okay.
dais.
Yep. Tamish,
I will vote yes, although I think it's been documented my feelings about the issue, but I'll vote yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez,
Emphatic yes.
Neary,
Yes.
12 yes.
2026-002, Counselor Bloom, could you read that in, please? It'd be page 12 and 14.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is old business, may be acted upon by a majority vote of the Town Council. This is item 2026-002, an order authorizing the grant of an easement for electric facilities on town-owned land at 382 Falmouth Road in Hyannis.
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. Attorney LaRosa, are you presenting? Thank you.
Good evening, councilors. Tom LaRosa, First Assistant Town Attorney. As part of the improvements planned at the Water Pollution Control Facility at 382 Falmouth Road, the Department of Public Works requires the installation of a new underground electric service running from Bierce's Way into the property. Prior to installing an electric service on a customer's property, NSTAR Electric Company, doing business as Eversource Energy, requires that their customer grant an easement to NSTAR, which would provide them with the right to install and maintain their electric service on the company's property. The authorization requested from the Town Council this evening would allow the town manager, on behalf of the town, to grant such an easement for nominal monetary consideration to an NSTAR Electric Company or one of their related entities. The easement area consists of approximately 5,700 square feet and is shown as 15-foot wide utility easement on the plan that accompanies the vote. The council's vote would authorize the town manager to make minor changes to the plan and easement area, which could be needed based on the final requirements of Eversource. After the easement is finalized, the DPW would coordinate with Eversource on the installation of the underground electric service.
Thank you. Any questions, any discussion on my right? Seeing none, any discussion on my left? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Councilors, Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
12 yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, councilors.
We did a 2026-013, Councilor Lutke, if you could do that, please. Page 19 and 21. 19 through 21.
This is old business. It may be acted upon by a majority vote of the full council. 2026-013, amending the code of the town of Barnstable, Part 1, General Ordinances, Chapter 1, General Provisions, Article 1, Non-Criminal Enforcement of Violations, to increase fines for zoning violations.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Rationale?
Excuse me. Thank you. As Councilor Lutke just said, we are here to propose a amendment to increase our fines for zoning violations.
Well, just for the record, could you identify yourself and
Yes,
your
sorry.
department?
I'm Jeff Carter, Deputy Director of Inspectional Services.
Thank you.
The current fine structure under Chapter 1, Article 1, Non-Criminal Enforcement of Violations, which sets zoning offense fines at a flat $100 per offense fine, fails to create a sufficient incentive for repeat offenders to comply with the ordinance. While the intent of the statute is to provide a civil non-criminal enforcement mechanism, the uniform fine amount does not adequately differentiate between a first-time, possibly inadvertent violation and a repeated willful disregard of the law. One, limited deterrent effect of the current fine. Many individuals and businesses, a $100 fine represents a manageable cost of doing business rather than a meaningful deterrent. Repeat offenders may choose to ignore compliance requirements, calculating that the penalty is a minor and predictable expense compared to the effort and cost of corrective action. Two, progressive penalties encourage voluntary compliance. A graduated penalty schedule beginning with a warning for a first offense, escalating to $100 for a second offense, $200 for a third, and $300 for each subsequent offense aligns the financial consequences with the severity and persistence of the violation. This structure encourages voluntary compliance with the first warning, reducing the need for future enforcement, maintains fairness for first-time violators who may not be aware of the regulation, and escalates consequences for chronic offenders, increasing the deterrent effect. 3, the alignment of the principles of the proportional enforcement. Progressive fines reflect a proportional response. Minor and unintended violations are treated with leniency, while repeated noncompliance receives stronger enforcement. This approach is consistent with modern municipal code enforcement strategies, which emphasizes educational and cooperation first, followed by a graduated penalties for continued violations. And 4, reduction in enforcement costs. By motivating compliance earlier in the process, progressive fine schedules can reduce repeated enforcement actions, administrative workload, and related costs to the municipality. Chronic offenders are more likely to comply with financial consequences grow significantly for each offense. And lastly, there is no significant fiscal impact associated with this item.
Okay, thank you.
Turn it back to you. Yep.
This is a public hearing, so at this point, I would like to ask, is there anyone here or on Zoom that would like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one. Lynn, no one? Seeing no one? All right, I will close the public hearing. Council discussion. Council Lutke?
Thank you. How long does a person be given to make corrective action? Like you said, $100. Do they have 1 week, 30 days, 1 day, and then when does it go?
Usually it starts with a notice of violation first, and they will receive that in writing. And then, depending on the violation, it's a case-by-case basis. Could be 7 days up to 30 days. And then if they don't comply, then we start with the fine process.
Then you start with the fine process. And is it per day, or is it?
That is at our discretion, but it can be every day is an offense.
Oh, your discretion, okay.
Well, every day is an offense, but we have to put our eyes on the violation, so we're not always at a property every single day to see if the violation still persists, so.
Okay, and is this the result of the work that Andy Clyburn is doing? Is this part of that process?
I believe this was born out of that committee, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion on my right? Councilor Turkelson.
Do we have current data on how many fines we give a year and how many of those fines are actually recouped and paid?
I can get that data for you. I don't have that with me tonight, but I'm sure we could get that information to you.
And with that, could you possibly tell us, you know, if we have 1,000 fines, how many of those are the repeat offenders that this would most likely apply to? I'm just curious. Thank you.
Okay. Any discussion on my left? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilors. Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
Yes.
Burdick. Clark.
Yes.
Crow. Levesque.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Mendez.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Penn.
Yes.
Schnepp.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
12 yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you all.
Thank you. Moving on, 2026-015. Councilor Turkelson?
Thank you, President Tamish. This is an item of old business that may be acted upon by a majority vote. It's item 2026-015, appointments to board, committee, commission for the licensing authority in the Shellfish Committee as written.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Discussion on my right? Discussion on my left. Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Counselors. Bloom.
Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Levesque.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Mendez.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Penn.
Yes.
Schnepp.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes, sorry.
12 yes. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion does pass. 2026-016. Counselor Schnepp, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is old business that may be acted upon by a majority vote. Item number 2026-016, reappointments to a board, committee, commission, as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Discussion on my right, discussion on my left. Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Counselors. Burdick.
Yes. Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Levesque.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Mendez.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Penn.
Yes.
Schnepp.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
12 yes.
Thank you. The motion does pass. Councilor Levesque, start on that side again. 2026-019, please. Page 24.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is old business. Public hearing, roll call, 2/3 majority vote. This is an appropriation and a loan owner in the amount of $1,716,000 for the purpose of funding the design and construction of the aircraft hard stands on the terminal apron at the Cape Cod Gateway Airport as written.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. At this point, I will open a public hearing. Manager Nelson, are you presenting, or?
Good evening. New to this process, Mike Nelson, Airport Manager. And as part of the increased operations of JetBlue and American Airlines, Cape Cod Gateway Airport's main terminal ramp, the airlines currently use or intend to use the Airbus 320, Airbus 220, which is in use now, Embraer 190, and the Embraer 170, which is also in use. The aircraft wheel loads are causing excessive rutting of the apron pavement, especially at the parking positions. To eliminate the rutting caused by the heavy wheel loads at the parking positions, the airport desires to construct cement concrete pavement hard stands at 2 parking positions. The terminal ramp is experiencing depressions on the pavement caused by these heavy aircraft. The pavement in this area is about 4 inches thick and should be 9 inches in depth for the size aircraft using the facility. This apron was installed in 2014. As an initial fix, the airport proposes to place hard stands within the typical layout of the wheelbase for the parking areas that these aircraft use, rather than reconstruct the entire apron. This pavement in this area will continue to deteriorate, especially with increased operations expected or that have experienced in 2025. And in 2026, American Airlines adds their daily service, LaGuardia, which they're going to now, in addition to Chicago. Their plan to go forward next year is the same or even greater. There are concerns that if left alone, the aircraft could further sink into the pavement on hot summer days and cause significant damage to the aircraft. The project needs to be done to ensure the integrity of completing by the spring of 2026 and will continue to damage the surface if not corrected and increase potential liability, increase the cost due to inflation. And if the grant offer isn't acceptable, the airport will either borrow money or preferably request to use airport reserves. Previous bids for this project greatly exceeded the original cost estimates due to the volatile market. The project was scaled down from 3 hard stands to 2 hard stands, and the replaced snowplow or snow removal equipment, SRE, 10-wheeler, airport number 47, under Town Council Order 2023-122 was never acted upon so that we could redirect grant funding to this project. The appropriation and borrowing authorization under 2023-122 will be rescinded. With approval, would move the $383,000 from the SRE project to the hardstand project, And as a note, as Councilor Ludke wisely pointed out earlier, that this $383,000 was only contingent upon the grant funding. If we don't go forward with a grant, then that's a moot point anyways. And the financial impact, if we were to accept a grant offer and subsequent award, 96% of the project's costs would have been expected to be covered by grant funding from the FAA, Federal Aviation Administration. And 84% of the project, and the Massachusetts Department of Transportation would have 12%. So FAA 84, 12% by Mass, and 4% for the airport. The town anticipates rescinding borrowing authorization under this agenda item if new grant assurances are acceptable. The local share will be provided from the Airport Enterprise Funds reserves, which are anticipated to be certified at over $15 million. In addition, Town Council Order 2023-122 will be rescinded so that the federal and state funding originally intended for the snow removal equipment will be redirected to this project, which is a higher priority.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone from the public here or on Zoom that would like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Council discussion. Ms. Nobert, is the verbiage on the motion as printed acceptable? And my question would be, we talked about doing a rescinding a past item. Does that have to be done first? Can that be done later? Okay. Mark Milne, the ball has been tossed to you on that question. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, Councilors. Mark Milne, Director of Finance. No, the rescission can take place later on, and our plan here is to, if we don't accept any grant for this project, we'll likely come back to the Town Council after we get the Airport Enterprise Fund surplus certified, and use their reserves to pay for this project and rescind the borrowing authorization. But we can't do any appropriations from reserves until we get them certified once again by the state. And that typically happens in October.
Okay, thank you. Any further? I'm sorry. Mark, did you have something further?
No, that's it. Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Schnapp?
Thank you, President. Are we able to shift funds that were awarded by the FAA for another project to this project?
Yes, there is a lifespan of 3 to 5 years, depending on the project and the type of money being borrowed or granted.
Can be shifted to a different type of project?
Yes, and we're still within that window.
Okay.
Okay. Councilor Turkelson?
Thank you, President Tamish. If, according to Director Milne, if we don't get this money certified until October, when will this construction be started? I know it sounds like we need it for next summer. How many months is this going to take? Are we going to have enough time to get this done?
Yes, we can start excavation of the present asphalt, and the concrete would be able to be installed in the spring prior to the month of May, depending on weather conditions. Cannot guarantee no moisture or anything. And concrete typically 28 days to reach full strength. So it would be before Memorial Day if all went well.
Okay, I hope it gets done. Thanks.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Councilor Lutke?
Yeah, I think I just need a little more information from Mark Milne. So we're doing borrowing for this, and again, who's we? Is it the town? is it the airport? And then you said, once you certify them, then you're going to come back to us, and then the airport's going to pay for it. I just need complete clarity as to what we are doing right now. Whose money is being used to borrow, and then what's the time frame for being reimbursed, and how does that work? And I'm still a little confused with the snow removal equipment, how that's factoring into this. If I could just get a little more information.
Yes, thank you for the question. So this is an appropriation and loan order. So the appropriation will allow the airport to proceed immediately with contracting for the project. And we will use the airport's own reserves to float the construction cost until we either borrow or we come back to the town council and replace that borrowing with an appropriation from the reserves. So this strategy allows the airport to move forward immediately with contracting to do the work, but ultimately, whether we borrow or we fund it from the airport's reserves, the airport will pay the loan back or use their reserves to cover the cost of this project. Now, the snow removal equipment, the money that's being moved from the snow removal equipment to this project is kind of moot if we don't accept the grants. If there aren't any grants available that are acceptable to us, then that becomes a moot issue, and we could go, we wouldn't have to rescind the snow removal equipment appropriation that was previously done.
Okay, thank you. So that's, because that's written in here, so we don't have to worry about that right now. Okay.
That's right.
Councilor Penn?
Yeah, I just was curious why they can't use smaller planes so we don't have this problem, number one, and number two, why the airlines don't pay for it.
To my knowledge, this has been planned by previous management for years and in line with strategic goals for the airport. And the airport is the person or the entity that is actually requesting the airlines to be there. So the airlines are, and our tenants are our customers at the end of the day. So it's kind of like going into a store and them asking us as customers to do upgrades for their store. They're the customer.
Okay. Any discussion on my left? Councilor Mendes.
Just really quick, just a comment. I fly out of there a lot to New York, and it actually has saved me thousands and thousands of dollars, not only in drive time, but parking at Logan, $65 a night, $65 a day for 24 hours. I take an Uber there, spend a couple $100, I'm in New York in an hour. So it's a great service for the town. And I know a lot of my friends who also fly in. They'll book a ticket, like from California to LaGuardia, purposely to fly from LaGuardia to Hyannis, because it ends up being cheaper than flying from San Diego to Boston. Flying San Diego, LaGuardia, Hyannis ends up being cheaper. So I think it's great. I love it, and let's get another airline over there.
Thank you. Any further discussion on my left? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilors Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
No.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Verdict.
Yes.
11 yes, 1 no.
Motion does
Oh,
pass.
Does pass. 2/3 yes.
Yeah, 2/3. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your time and questions.
Thank you. Okay, Councilor Burdick, could you move 2026-014, please? It's a first reading. 38.
All right. 014, right? An item of new business, a first reading to be referred to a public hearing on 10/9/25. Item 2026-014, amending the code of the town of Barnstable, Part 1, General Ordinances, to insert a new chapter, 48 Stretch Energy Code.
Second.
Okay, moved in second. Any discussion? Okay, no discussion. Madam Clerk?
Councilors Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez,
No.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnepp,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
11 yes, 1 no.
Okay, the motion does pass. Thank you. What I'm going to do is make sure we get all these moved to the public hearing, so I'm going to jump to
028.
2026-028. Councilor Neary?
My pleasure, Mr. President Tamish.
Page 51.
This is 52, 51, 52. This is new business. Refer to a public hearing on September 18th, 2025. It's item number 2026-028. It's a vote on the merits of a group petition requesting that the town take action to acquire and preserve the home of Eugenia Forts at 23 Pleasant Hill Lane and establish a permanent wetlands conservancy at 32 Pleasant Hill Lane as written.
Second.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this to move it to a public hearing? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilors Levesque,
No.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez,
Yes.
Neary,
No.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnepp,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
No.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Eight to 3, it passes.
Okay, motion does pass.
Yep.
And 2026-029, Councilor Mendez?
Thank you, President Tamish. This is item number 2026-029, new business. Resolve approving and adopting the Town of Barnstable 2025 Housing Production Plan dated May 12th, 2025. Refer to a public hearing on 9/18/2025.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilors Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnepp,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
12 yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Crow, we are in the home stretch here. If you could do 2026-023, please. Page 41.
Thank you, President Tamish. This is an order of new business, may be acted upon by majority vote. It's item number 2026-023, transfer order in the amount of $175,000 for the purpose of paying outside counsel expenses of the legal department.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. I recognize Karen Nober, Town Attorney.
Thank you, President Tamish. As you know, the town is defending itself in the second lawsuit filed against the town by the Conservation Law Foundation, and the lawsuit is now moving into the discovery phase. So the funding in this transfer order would be used to pay the anticipated costs for the next phase of legal work.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Attorney Nober? On my right, seeing none. On my left, seeing none. Madam Clerk?
Mendez,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ledke.
Yes.
12 yes, passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Clark, moving on to 2026-026.
Thank you very much, President Tamish. This is new business which may be acted upon with a majority vote. Agenda item 2026-026, acceptance of fiscal year 2026 Massachusetts Dredging Program grant from the Executive Office of Economic Development in the amount of $519,000 for the purpose of funding the Barnstable Harbor Entrance Channel and Blish Point Boat Ramp Dredging Project.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I recognize Mr. Steen.
Thank you, Council President. I can talk, it's getting late. Good evening, everybody. My name is Rob Steen with the Department of Public Works. The Massachusetts Dredging Program provides a grant opportunity for coastal municipalities for saltwater dredging. The purpose of this grant program is to fund projects that will support the economic vitality, vibrant waterfronts, maritime safety, and ecosystem health of the Massachusetts harbors. The town of Barnstable has been awarded a $519,000 grant to support the dredging of the Barnstable Harbor Entrance Channel and the Blish Point Boat Ramp to ensure continued safe navigation, commercial fishing and shell fishing, recreational boating, ecosystem benefits, and access within the Commonwealth waters. This grant is a reimbursement grant in the amount of $519,000. The town must expend and request reimbursement of the costs. All costs associated with the grant must be expended prior to June 30th of 2026. The town is required to provide a 50% match, which will be provided from the existing capital appropriations. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions on my right? Councilor Turkelson.
Thank you for the presentation. When do we think that this dredging will actually happen? I know we have a weather window, but are we on the list and ready to go? And
Yeah, so the dredging's due to happen, since it has to be expended by next year, it's due to happen at the end of this fall and beginning of the winter timeframe.
Okay. Any further? Okay. Any discussion on my left? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Counselors. Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ledke,
Yes.
Mendez,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
12 yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, and finally, I believe finally, 2026-027, Councilor Bloom, page 49 and 50.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is new business and may be acted upon by a majority vote. Item 2026-2-027 is an order authorizing an amendment to the intergovernmental agreement between the town of Barnstable and the University of Massachusetts, Dartmouth, to increase the contract amount and extend the term.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded, and once again, I recognize Mr. Steen.
Good evening again, Rob Steen, Department of Public Works. The UMass Dartmouth School of Marine Science and Technology, hereafter referred to as UMass, has provided water quality monitoring and wastewater planning technical services to the town of Barnstable for over 20 years. UMass is retained for estuary water quality sampling and analytical services, pond and lake sampling analytical services, development of pond and lake management plans, and wastewater planning efforts. Utilizing UMass has ensured the town's wastewater planning efforts are consistent with the methodologies and models used for developing the nitrogen total maximum daily loads, or otherwise referred to as TMDLs, for Lewis Bay, Halls Creek, Centerville River, Three Bays, Papaneset Bay, and Barnstable Harbor, and they've been approved by the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection. Utilizing UMass Dartmouth has allowed the town to plan for and adapt the comprehensive wastewater management plan, develop ponds and lake management plans, and continue tracking the water quality of our ponds, lakes, and estuaries. The current agreement with UMass was entered into in 2020 and has been amended to extend the term and to increase the compensation for the development of the Shubal Pond, Long Pond, Marston's Mills, Lovell's Pond, Waquaket Lake, Bierce's Pond, Gooseberry Pond, and Long Pond Centerville monitoring and management plans, estuaries and pond and lake sampling analysis from 2020 to 2024, and various other water quality management tasks. This amendment would increase the contract amount by adding an additional $191,186 and extending the term of the agreement to December 31st, 2026. For completion of the Hamlin Pond Management Plan, the 2025 estuaries and pond lake sampling analysis. Although this agreement was previously styled as an intergovernmental agreement under General Law, Chapter 40, Section 4A. Did I say that right? Look at that. I want to be a lawyer and I grew up. Upon further review, the legal department has determined that because this is a contract for services that would otherwise be subject to the procurement requirements of General Law, Chapter 30B, it is more appropriate to utilize the applicable exemption from Chapter 30B for the transactions with the Commonwealth rather than an intergovernmental agreement statute. Say that 10 times fast. Accordingly, any future amendments will be undertaken pursuant to said exemption of 30B and will not require further town council approval. Any questions on that part, I will defer to Councilor Nober.
I think it's clear as glass. Any further discussion on my right? Any discussion on my left? See, you did a great job.
Hoorah.
Not a question. Madam Clerk?
Councilors Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
12 yes.
12 yes.
Thank you
The
again.
motion does pass. Thank you. I think I hit them all.
Move to
Jumped
adjourn.
around a little bit.
Second.
Do I have a motion to adjourn? Motion made and seconded to adjourn. Madam Clerk?
Councilors Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Thank you. Adjourned.
Adjourned at 10:57.